All right, shalom everybody, and peace of the Lord to all of you. Peace for those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. Today our topic, as you see, we will continue later, in different episode with this joker, Sajjad. Yesterday I made a video for him. I should continue today, but I found that, let us today do this, which is about the Muslim University in Jakarta. They are doing a professional study on Christian Prince, and I became a subject of a PhD degree. So the Muslim Abduls from Jakarta, women and men, they did a thesis on me, and I want to share it with you today. Now, I hope that Christians in Indonesia, they will add subtitle, so we can show everybody how they lie and why you cannot trust your university if you are a Muslim in Indonesia. Actually, I'm so glad that they did this because simply, what is better proof that they are, you see, like we will see together their study, and you will see how they lie. In fact, their if we go to their website, this is the university, University Islam Negeri, or Raniry. I'm not sure what does that mean, but whatever it means, it's stupid. And this is their, like, the scientific journal. Like, people do research. The university consider something valuable. You know how research is done. So supposedly this is academic, this is scientific, and when you do research, it have to be really professional. But the second we go and we check the so-called professional, we will notice that they are just really a bunch of liars like their prophet. Here you find the article about me, or the study, the PhD study, and they have it in a PDF file. The title of the thesis, From Farming to Flaming, in the cross theology debate, how are Christian Prince commentaries presented the Quran in YouTube. And then if we open, we can read it actually without the PDF, but the PDF have like some more drawing and explanation. So we will go to the PDF. And I will zoom in so you guys can see it better, the best we can. I think now it's clear. I don't know if I can close this column here. I don't know. I think I cannot. Yeah. So anyway, so those are the Abduls, including males and females. I think there's only one female, and the rest are Abdul. Abdul Muiz Amir, and this is his email. Fatira Wahida, and this is her email. Muhammad Zakir Naik, maybe. And by the way, here this guy, here it says University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, UNISSA, Brunei, Dar es Salaam. So this guy, he joined the study from Brunei, and he is graduated from the University of Islam Sultan Sharif Ali. All right. So those are a group of Muslims, not only from one territory, they are coming from different locations. And after that, here we see, this is why here actually it says they are coming from where? Like here it says Institute Agma Islam Negeri. The second one is Institute Agma Islam Negeri. The third one, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali. And the third one, Institute Agma Islam Negeri. So three of them is from the same university, and one of them is coming from Brunei. And here this is the introduction for the study. So Christian Prince, Benchforth CP, presents on YouTube, opened a new chapter in Christian opposition's actors, who act as a cross-theological debater between Muslims and Christians, who for the previous 2 decades were only dominated by Muslims. So they are saying now there's a change happen. This field was before was dominated by Muslims, but not anymore since Christian Prince is here. We're only dominated by Muslims. Through the narratives on YouTube, this Christian apologist tries to convince the public that the Quran contains contradictory statement as the holy book for Muslims. In response to such an issue, this research aimed to investigate the constructions of CP interpretation which highlight the authenticity of the Quran, qualitative content, and the thematic analysis and the framing approach developed by William Gamson. I think here this guy, he is someone like he's a philosopher, so he spoke about like how you frame somebody to destroy him, you know. So in fact the whole study here is trying to frame me. I mean, look at those people. They are talking about how I frame Muhammad. But if you read the whole so-called study, you will not find one single evidence of what they say. It's just a slander. Not a single evidence proving that I am what they say. So in fact, they are the one who is trying to frame me, yet they are accusing me I am the one who framed Islam to burn it. So William A. Gamson were employed finding suggest and representative of CP understanding of the Quran. I don't know who is this guy. Who is this guy? Let me see. Like, are they saying he spoke about me, or I don't know. We're employed finding suggest that the representative of CP. I don't know, what does that mean? Hold on. Do you guys understand what they are saying? This is a politician. This is a politician. Did he speak against me? I'm not sure. Who is this guy? He wrote many books. You know, when the Muslim they mention somebody, you have to be suspicious. He was the 5th president of the American Sociological Association. All right. I know. Anyway, we continue. Finding suggests that the representation of CP, understanding of the Quran verses uses as doctrinalization, what? Decnotexalization. Hold on. I don't know what that word. I have to use Google Translation. Sorry. This is the first time I hear this word. I guess this Indonesian, they are using dictionary. You know, word nobody use no more. Means moving something from its usual context. So I'm taking things out of context. Okay, now that's easier. I mean, why you make it so like a train? All right. Also, vast knowledge of the Arabic language and literary translation further strengthen the narrative of the to convince the public. Here, you know, yesterday we were reading together a little bit of this page, if you remember. Here, they admit that I have a vast knowledge of the Arabic language. But few line afters or pages, you will see they will say, I have a shallow understanding of Arabic. So how the vast knowledge of Arabic language? We will see. Also, the vast knowledge of the Arabic language and literary translation further strengthened the narrative to convince the public of the allegation. However, instead of considering the historical context and in understanding the scientific meaning, historical context. You know, as I know, everything I say I use Muslim books, it is you Muslims who refuse to read the historical context. It's not me. Each time we show you something, you say it is da'if. We don't accept it. Oh, this is Shia. Oh, this is Ahmadi. Oh, this is Sunni. Oh, this is Ash'ari. Oh, this is Ahbash. Oh, this is Alawite. Oh, this is the Ismaili. It is you Muslim, first of all, you Muslim, you don't have historical context because you don't agree upon it. In understand the scientific meaning of the Quran. And here, like, you know, when we say scientific meaning of the Quran, that is very laughable. The Quran is full of scientific errors. And why they don't mention one of those scientific miracles or exist in the Quran and get me busted? Why it's not there? Why don't give us an example how a Christian prince he lie and take things out of context? This Christian apologist use literal meaning. So guys, my problem, I use literal meaning. That means I'm honest. Look what they just said. I use literal meaning. Guys, is the text coming clear for you? Can you read the screen or it's small? Is it small? Can you read or you cannot? Let me know, please, if you have difficulty on reading. How is people doing in Rumble? Is the image look like Rumble is not coming? Rumble again is not working. Is it not working? Hold on, let me refresh to see. Is it working or not? Oh, it's working. Okay. All right. You can read it? Okay, good. All right. So look what they just said. I am using the literal meaning. But isn't it this is what it should be? Should I give the word different meaning which is not there? If you remember, just 2 days ago, we were talking, and I hope the Indonesian Muslims are listening. I hope you Indonesian Muslims are listening. I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to investigate what I'm saying. If we go in the Quran, as an example, not limited, chapter 3, verse number 3, chapter 5, verse number 48, chapter 35, verse number 31. All of them, they share one thing. Chapter 46, verse number 30. Look how many. All of them says, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا بَيْنَ يَدَيْهِ. If we click at any one of them, translation, you will see it says, with the truth confirming what came before it. But what the Arabic says? Believing It's not even confirming. Musaddiq means believe, not confirm. There's a big difference between confirm and believe. Because I can confirm something happened, but I don't believe in it. Believe is about faith. All right? In the same time, that faith confirm what you believe in. So, Musaddiqan, Abu Bakr is called Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. Why? As-Siddiq coming from the word Sadaq, which means being truthful. This is why the Quran, as an example, Allah accused the angels that they are a bunch of liars. So he said to them, In kuntum sadiqeen. So Allah accused the angels. You see here? Allah told the angels, tell me the names of those things if you are truthful. Now, if I say to the Muslims, well, Allah is saying to the angel, if you are truthful, tell me those names. And the angels, as we see in verse number 32, they could not tell the names. So, is the angels, based on this, are truthful or a bunch of liars? Obviously liars. Because if they are truthful, Sadiqeen, they will tell the names. And now they will say to me, you are taking things out of context. See who is trying to frame who? It is the Muslim trying to frame me when I am being honest in what I am reading. I show you in the screen. I challenge you to open the Arabic dictionary. And even in their stupid study, they agree that I am taking the meaning literally. Well, who are you to change what Allah said? If Allah don't want to say that literally, He will say it's a parable. As an example, in the Quran, there's a places where the Quran says this is a parable. Then we know that this is a parable, this is not literally. Is this a story a parable? No. It is literally happening. And Allah says, if you are truthful. Then going back to the same verses. Here, the Muslim translation says, نزل عليك الكتاب بالحق مصدقا لما بين يديه. Bain in Arabic mean between. Between your hands, between two oars, between two doors, between two cars, between two donkeys. It means between.
Between.
All right? This is the real meaning of the word baina.
Baina.
All right. The second word is يديه.
يديه.
What the meaning?
His hands.
His hands. What the Muslim translate? Confirming what came before it. So there is no between and there is no his hands. There is a big difference between saying between his hands, which means physically it is there between his hands, and confirming what came before it. What is between his hands is a present time, is a present tense. What came before it, it is past time. So look, they changed the verb. They changed the meaning. They added words and they took off words. So now in all the translation, you can check every one of them. And I'm sure if we go to the Indonesian translation, is going to end in the same garbage. Let us go to the Indonesian, see if they will say between his hands or they will not. Bahasa Indonesia, orang-orang. All right. I don't speak Indonesian, as you know. But let us do some translation. He sent down the book, the Quran, with the truth, confirming what was sent down before it. The same big fat lie. Do you see it? So even the Indonesian translation is a fabrication. So while in Arabic it says between his hands, in the Indonesian, in the English, in the French, in the German, in every Muslim translation, they lie and they say confirming what came before it. Why they do that? Because if they say confirming what is between his hands, that means Muhammad, he have the original and the correct copy of the Bible and the Torah, which means the gospel, which the Quran called it the Injil, and the Torah, as you see here in their translation. And if Muhammad have the original, then all the claim that the Bible is corrupt is a fraud, because here we go, you Muslim have it, show it to us. So in order to hide the truth, they lie in the translation, because saying between his hands is a disaster. And as you see, this has appeared in the Quran in many places. It's not only one verse, it's not two verses, it's not three verses. Look how many. Chapter 291. Chapter 291, it says, مُصَدِّقًا لِمَا مَعَهُمْ, believing in what they have with them. You read the translation. Here it says, confirming what is with them. And here you see how the Muslim translation exposed themselves, because you are confirming the book is with them now, in the time of Muhammad. So 600 years after Jesus, the Bible never changed. Never. And this time, the Bible is confirmed is the one with us. In the previous verse, chapter 3, verse 3, the Bible is confirmed is the book with Muhammad. So it turned to be that the book with us and the book with Muhammad is the same. Are you with me? So when those Muslims from Indonesia who claim to be educated, they are accusing me of a framing by speaking the literal meaning of the word. Can you believe it? It should be the opposite. It should be, they should say, well, the word says something, he says something else. So who is the one who is a framing? As a framing device, this phenomenon, sorry, I don't say the word correctly, has shown that the cross-theological debate only provoke persistent inter-religious hatred and reinstatement. Look who's talking about hatred. A religion who called for the death of the Christian, the Jews, genocide, you know, and they did it, and they practice it. I mean, those Indonesian, they are the one who attacked east of Timor and killed thousands of people just a few years ago. They are the one who organized meeting by hundreds of thousands calling for the death of the Christians and the killing of the Jews. And then if we go in the Quran, we will see the book which is called the Quran is the book commanding the Muslim to hate the Christians. Not only that, in fact, Allah, he claimed that he is the God of hatred, and he will spread hatred and enmity even between the Christians to each other, which means Allah is a Satan. If the one who spread hatred is a bad person, well, this is your God. So we planted amongst them. Who's talking? Allah. Amongst who? The Christians. Who? The Christians. So we planted again amongst them the enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection. So I want to say to the stupid Abdul who made this so-called study, if you accuse us of enmity or hatred, you should ask your God why you planted that enmity here. It was the work of your God, even though we don't hate Muslims. I hate the devil Muhammad. So here the Muslim trying to frame me, taking what is supposedly their religion teaching, which is hatred against the Jews, against the Christian, against the Hindus, against the Buddhists. They call us najas, which means filthy, dirty, kuffar, unclean, worse than animals. All of this is in the Quran. And then they speak about hatred. And then he said, or they said, religious hatred and restatement, therefore such a debates are inclined to trigger the propaganda of religious extremism. Oh, it's turned to be, I am behind ISIS. I speak like that, the Muslim get angry, they start killing. Well, I was not exist when your prophet was raping women, kidnapping women and children and killing them. Was I? Keywords. All right. Here in Indonesian language. So we will skip this part. If you are Indonesian, you can read it by your own. So they are writing the same in 3 languages: English, Indonesian, and Arabic. And I'm sure you don't speak Arabic. In fact, look at here. Look what it says in Arabic. Here in Arabic it says that the Christian prince, you don't speak Arabic very well. Let's go to the English. Did I read it wrong? Let's go back to the Arabic when he spoke about the Arabic. Look at this. Also the vast knowledge of the Arabic language. Here they are saying, I have a vast knowledge of Arabic language. In Arabic they are saying, I don't have knowledge in Arabic language. The funny for Abdul, who don't speak one Arabic word, and they are not Arab, they are trained an Arab guy, who each time a Muslim he called me to read the Quran, I correct them. They are telling the audience or their university, a Christian prince, but this is not what they say in English. In English they say, I have a vast knowledge. Abdul. They are just Abdul. We continue. This is the contradiction. Sorry, the introduction. The cross-theological debate represented by missionaries was the forerunner of manufacturing terrorism. Look at this. They accuse the missionary, we are the one who manufactured the Muslim terrorist. So when a Christian missionary he say Jesus loves you, a Muslim turn into terrorist. A Muslim he can attack the Bible day and night, saying it's corrupt, they laugh at it, but the second we answer, we are manufacturing terrorists. And the funny is that those terrorists are only Muslims. How come when you accuse and attack Christianity, there is no manufacturing for a Christian terrorist? What a scam. Because the debate was only projected to corner, for sure, I corner every one of you. In fact, I invite those 4, I will not invite the female, you know. I mean, she is half a brain according to Islam, so I want to add half a brain in the table. You can replace the female with any ustaz of you wish. Bring all the ustaz in Indonesia with you. And I challenge you, all of you, to corner me. This is what I do. I corner Muslims. Can you corner me? Admitting that I corner you Muslims is a clear evidence that you are in the corner. So to corner and denigrate the theology of religion, in fact, interfaith dialogue aim to exchange views on religion topic based in symmetrical exchange of thought, creating mutual understanding between people. Look who's talking about interfaith, you know. So why you call us animals in the Quran? Is that how you do interfaith? Huh? When the Quran says we are the lowest even than animals, kal an'am, bal adal. Is that your book? Chapter 7, verse 179, chapter 25, verse number 44. Both of them, they are saying, we are the same as animals, but even less. We are what? We are lower than animals. Is that your book? So imagine you are talking about having interfaith dialogue, and the point of this interfaith dialogue is exchanging thoughts. So we start by saying to the Muslims, you are an animal. You know what? You are worse than an animal. So here you see the hypocrisy of those cowards. They call us lowers than animals. They call us filthy. They call us scumbags. They call us corrupt. They call us all kinds of names. Kuffar. Najis. Even worse than animals. And then they cry, saying that this guy is not doing the right thing. The theology of religion based on interfaith dialogue aim to exchange view. This is not true. We are not exchanging view. Because there's no view. There's facts. Your view, my view, doesn't count. So if you're a prophet he killed, you will say to me, in your view, this is an act of mercy. And then I will say to you, according to the law, the one who killed is a criminal. Doesn't matter what my view count. Who cares? Muhammad, he attacked the Jewish people and he stole their money. Muhammad, he started torturing an old man, more than 80, almost 90 years old, and he tortured him. He broke his teeth, he beat him, and then they killed him. All of this, they want to know where he hide his money. According to the law, torture is a war crime. According to you, Muhammad is the most merciful. Muhammad, he tied a woman from her legs to 2 different camels and he split her alive. According to Muslims, Muhammad is the most merciful. According to me, he is the most filthy scumbag gang criminal. Because this is how I can describe. If you watch life, a person tying an old woman in her 80s, Qirfa, he tied her legs just because she opposed him. She didn't have an army. Very respected Arabian women. She opposed him to be a prophet. He attacked her, he raped her daughter, and he split her 2 pieces when she's alive. So how we can exchange a view about Muhammad? We cannot. We can exchange facts. Abdul Muzi Amir Fatira Wahid Muhammad Zakir Fayek in Karuru for Yuk. I don't know. Those names are, I think they are names of aliens. Different religion and engaging in the corporation to achieve the goal. What is the goal of Muslim? To dominate the earth and kill everybody. And now they are talking about interfaith. I mean, look at those people are talking about. In their school, they teach every day that the Prophet being commanded to slaughter anyone who don't believe in Allah. Not only that, the Muslim, they are commanded to chain every non-Muslim in his neck and bring him like a dog and put them as slaves in their backyard. Muhammad is a supremacist, white supremacist. And the funny, those are Indonesian, they are Asian. Muhammad, he made fun of the Asian. And now what they will say now, I'm taking the word literally. Yeah, literally. He make fun of your eyes, he make fun of your nose, he make fun of your face, he make fun of your clothes, he make fun of you. Not only that, he call you Gog and Magog. So Muhammad, he said to the Muslims, Aka Allah, in chapter 3, 110, you are the best for mankind. How many times we heard the Muslim saying, oh, the Jews, they think they are superior, they are chosen people of God. In fact, the Quran says they are chosen people of God, you donkey. Quran says that. But this is when Muhammad was trying to convince them to believe in him. As soon they refuse, he switched on them. He want to kill them all. Chapter 9, verse 29. You are the best of people ever raised for the benefit of mankind. When you hear the word benefit, you think, okay, it's a benefit. I mean, it's obviously something good. Does it say benefit there? Yeah, it says benefit. But if you are ignorant, or you are a certified donkey, you do not know, you will stop reading until you arrive to benefit. You don't know the rest. The benefit of the Muslims, that they will bring you as all mankind with the chain around your neck, which means they will invade you, they will slave you. And by the way, after they chain you, slave you, and even if you convert to Islam, they will not free you. They will not. You will stay slave. But they are doing you a favor. They force you to say Shahada, and supposedly later you will go to heaven. But for now, until you die, you are our slave. And your wife is our slave, sex toy. And now what they will say, he is taking the word literally. That's what it says. And then they continue. Religious phenomena are being displayed by missionaries in the social media as if they had been satisfied if they could monopolize the truth and bring down other religion prestige. If the latter half of the 20th century was dominated by Muslim missionaries, actors as Ahmad Didat, Zakir Naik, that's a big fat lie. Ahmad Didat, first, he don't even speak one Arabic word. Secondly, he lie all the time. In fact, if I play for you Ahmad Didat what he did, you will die laughing. He insulted your prophet. He made fun, go check it out. He made fun of how the Bible says that the light, or the sun, sorry, created in Wednesday, in the 4th day. This is what he said. And the video is there. But this is what your prophet said. Your prophet said the following, and this is authentic. This is not a joke. This is all is authentic. Sahih Muslim. Allah created the light in Wednesday. So go and see how Ahmad Didat is making mockery of the Bible. He said, so the earth was without light all this time? Which is false, because the first thing God created in the Bible, He said, let be light, and light was. Ahmad Didat is not a scholar. He don't speak Arabic, not a single Arabic word. He quoted the Quran wrongly, and he admit that he made a forgery by taking the Miracle 19 and put it in his book. The video in YouTube is there. He admit that he took Rashad Khalifa, which is a false liar, claim about the miracle of number 19, and he knew that there is what he said in English, like, you know, it's obviously there is something wrong with it, but he used it in order to convince people. So he is a fraud. He admit he's a fraud. I can search right now to the video of Ahmad Didat. A Muslim, he asked him the question, about Rashad Khalifa. Here we go. This is your Ahmad Didat. He cannot dominate a debate. I challenge him actually to debate me. But the coward, he refused. However, he made a mistake and he accepted to debate other Arab Christian. His name is Anis Sharoush. Anis Sharoush wiped the floor with him. So those Muslims, they debate people who do not know anything about Islam. This is why they avoid debating Arab Christians. Go watch his debate with Anis Sharoush, who made a mockery of him and his religion. And not only that, Ahmad Didat, he ran away from the second debate because supposedly they will have two debates. Ahmad Didat, people they came, Anis Sharoush on the stage, people are waiting, Ahmad Didat will not show up. You are no match, Abdul. This guy, he debate only Christians who do not know Islam. And he lied when he asked the questions. And he was demolished by us. And here you see how he admit that he used a fabricated so-called miracle, number 19, he added to his book. He sold it as a CD to make money from a lie. Listen.
Yes, brother. You had a question.
This booklet of yours, the Quran, the ultimate miracle. Well, I have a cassette of things, I want to see it as legitimacy. But whenever I try to show it to our mullahs, you know, they don't accept it and they don't believe in it. Could you please...
There was a book I had written, Al-Quran, the Ultimate Miracle. I had delivered talks on the subject, and there were videotapes and cassettes available. But this man who originally made the discovery, which I found useful in talking to Muslims.
He found useful to talking to Muslims and non-Muslims. But look what he will say. He will admit that this is not really a discovery, it's a fraud.
Non-Muslims. But this man, a sickness has developed. Now he's claiming to be a new Rasulullah, like what Baha'u'llah was at one time, and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. This is a sickness that is quite common. You see, once a person, you know, he finds that he's so clever, that people are, you know, hero worshipping him. And, you know, whatever I say, I know these people will believe. So the man...
Whatever I say, those people will believe. And what else?
It's a sickness in this man, I can make claims. Today, this guy called Rashad Khalifa, he is the man who discovered this theory, alayha tisat ashar. Now he said he is a new Rasul, he is a messenger of God. There are certain flaws in the theory.
Did you hear what he said, guys? Did you hear what he said? Let me activate this CC. There's a CC? No, there's no CC. Look what he just said. What there is in the theory is a theory. How it's a mathematic, complex, and it's a theory. Because simply he played with the numbers and he played with the words and the numbers. He lied.
God. There are certain flaws in the theory.
There is certain frauds and flaw, whatever he's saying, in the theory. So why you put it in your book? If you know that this theory is a stupid and it's not correct, why you use it in your book to make money? Flaws. Okay, flaws is what? Flaws mean bad things, something not right. So it's not right. Either it's because this is about numbers. You cannot have a flaws in number mathematics calculation. Because one flaws, that will break the whole thing. Just one. This potato, he took it, he sold it, he made millions from it. And not to forget that Ahmad Didat, he made a challenge. If he is lying, may God made him mute. And you know how he died. Very ugly death. He can't even say one word. So your Ahmad Didat is not dominating anything. We laugh at him and he laugh at your prophet. And right now I can show you how many times he insulted your prophet. And I know he don't mean it, but because he's ignorant, he do not know what Muhammad said, as I just showed you about this case. Because when you make a mockery of the light created in Wednesday, and then this is what your religion believe, even the Quran says so. That means you are an idiot. You are making mockery. So you see, if I am the one is debating Ahmad Didat and he said what he said, everybody will die laughing at him, and the Muslim, they will throw rocks at him. He just laughed at the Quran. He just laughed at Muhammad. So those ignorant, they think that Ahmad Didat and Zakir Naik, they were dominating debates. I offer Zakir Naik the same as I offer Ahmad Didat. When he came to Canada, the same people, they organized his debate for him. They told him, can we switch the debater with Christian Prince? His excuse is, he never heard of me. He prefer someone famous. But how could he did not hear of me? Zakir Naik, just a few months ago, I went to his channel, last year, right? I went to his channel, when he is live, the guy almost have heart attack. I just asked him to challenge me. Where are they, those who dominate the Christian-Muslims debate? None of you. This is why none of those names, like Didat is dead, Zakir Naik is alive. What about we schedule a debate between me and him, let everybody die laughing? What about you bring me your Ustad, the Indonesian Ustad, what's his name, this guy? He charged $5,000 for 1 hour speech. Huh? Abdul Samad, Abdul Samad, I have an offer for the Muslim in Indonesia. I want you to corner me. You invite any of those potatoes. I mean, even his microphone is pink. They don't speak Arabic. They claim they have knowledge. They call themselves Ustad, which means master, which is very funny, by the way. In the Middle East, I mean, if you are not really a school teacher and you call yourself Ustad, or people call you Ustad, that means you're a donkey. Which one of your scholars dare to debate Christian Prince? Those are scholars? Helga at Indonesia resident with Ustaz Mutahir Arif? This guy is Ustaz too? The giraffe? So I challenge any of your giraffe. Isn't this guy the one who offered me 5 BMW? Christian Prince, I have 5 questions for you. If you can answer them, Christian Prince, I will give you 5 BMW. Question number 1. Show me where in the Bible Jesus Christ, he said, I'm a Christian. Christian Prince. I mean, do you see how stupid your Ustaz? This donkey asking Christian Prince, challenging Christian Prince to show him where Jesus says he is a Christian. How he will be a Christian, you donkey? He is a Christ. Christian mean the followers of a Christ. So Christ follow Christ. So you have low IQ. You don't have any form of intelligence. This guy is an Ustaz too. I mean, you people don't eat. And why he lost his tooth if I did not debate him yet? I mean, usually people lose their teeth after the debate, not before. This guy is ready. This is where is your Ustaz? Uh-oh, Christian Prince is coming from the seating. Where are the your Ustaz? I'm waiting. I challenge you. We went to the guy, what's his name? Don Tan. Twice. When he was alive, what he did? He blocked us, he ran away, he started insulting. Oh, what we said, that is debate. And the video is online, watch it. Who of you dare to debate me? None. Because you know that how is going to end. I will turn you into ashes. As simple as that. Going back to the study, PhD study about Christian Prince. Christian Prince. 5 questions for you. And then the guy, he died. Too bad. I wanted to save him before he died, so he wouldn't go to hell. Now he will go to hell. Then in the early 21st century, Christian missionary actors began using anonymous identity of a Christian Prince. All of them, they are using the identity of Christian Prince in the 21st century. When I was born in the 20th century, not 21st century, huh? What century I was born in? I'm not sure. And then all the Christian missionary in the world, they use my identity? That's deep. Don't you think maybe those are my babies because I'm Prophet Muhammad and I have a lot of women? And I spend my day doing that again? Because Allah gave me a privilege. If my eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her so I can jump on her. And this is written in your book, Al-Qurtubi. And then he will say to me, you are taking it literally? Through various social media service, mostly YouTube platform, CP appears to show the public that not only Muslim can understand the Bible weakness, but they can also show the weakness of the Quran as the scriptures. Christian Prince, you do that? Christian Prince, he showed the public that the Bible have weakness and the Quran have weakness? Never. Our book is solid as Peter. Is solid as Mark, as John, as Luke. And your Quran does not have weakness. Your Quran is nothing. What weakness? I mean, even your Yasser Qadi, he said that the Quran, there is a hole in the narrative. If those are your sheikhs admitting that the Quran is nothing but a book has holes in the narrative. So what we Christians will say? Shall I show you Yasser Qadi and the hole in the narrative? Huh?
And the concept of...
Are you going to accuse your Muslim Pakistani guy that he is working for a Christian prince?
And the concept of ahruf and the reality of ahruf and the relationship of the Uthmanic Mus'haf with the ahruf and the preservation of the ahruf. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 7? And the relationship of the qira'at to the ahruf. This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out. And you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this isn't new. This is from the time of the Sahaba. This is not a joke, brothers and sisters.
It is not.
The issue of ahruf and qira'at caused confusion to somebody whom the Prophet ﷺ said, if you want to listen to the Quran directly, listen to Ubay. Ubay is not some even average Sahabi. He is the Qari of the Quran.
Even the one who is trusted to recite and read and even explain the Quran, he was so messed up about how Muhammad trying to fabricate and cover up, claiming that Allah gave him 7 Quran. And he is saying to you now, this is not new. It's from the time of Muhammad. Because this is a clear evidence that Muhammad is a fraud. The guy cannot remember what he said yesterday. So second day he said the same verse, but he add words or he take off words. And then they said to him, Prophet, this is not what you said last time. He said, oh, Allah gave me the Quran in 7 letters. By the way, there's more than 800 reading of the Quran. What's 7 letters?
He is the master. He is who he is. And he goes, فَدَخَلْ فِي نَفْسِي شَكْ. What is all of this stuff?
He did not translate. He says, I became suspicious about the Prophet Muhammad. He became suspicious. This guy himself becomes suspicious.
Again, this is you're asking some very honest question. It's the first time I'm saying these things. Many people are aware who listen to my lectures that I've mentioned the crises that happened to me at Yale. This was the issue. That the issue of ahruf and preservation and qira'at and relationships between them, these are very, very difficult issues. And the most advanced of our scholars, they're not quite fully certain how to solve all of the unanswered questions in there. Here's the point.
Drink water, Muhammad Blue Job. Drink water. Yeah, how is Bushra doing?
Issues should only be discussed amongst people who know what the qira'at are and who understand some of these questions that are being
So
raised.
is what you're saying the shak that came, or not the shak, but the crisis that you had was in relation to this question of the relationship between the ahruf and the qira'ah, basically?
No, the crisis I had wasn't that. The crisis I had was, well, yeah, wait, that was what generated. But what was the crisis? The crisis was very simple. Traditional understandings of ahruf and qira'at cannot answer some of these pressing questions that are now being poked by our people outside of, by our academics, not our, by their academics outside of the faith tradition. You see, for the Quran, we should, alhamdulillah. When you
And then he say, I don't know which minute, he say there is holes in the narrative. Let us go back to the PhD about me. But they can also show weakness of the Quran. We don't show weakness in the Quran. We destroy what is already destroyed. Your book is nothing. We turn it into dust. Let us say the Quran is burned, the same as Uthman burned it first time. And then the Muslim, they start to trying to glue it together. We burn it the same as Uthman did before. From dust to dust. The phenomenon of cross-theological debate has existed since the birth of religion itself, especially between Muslims and Christians. History has recorded that since meeting between Islam and Christianity, which began in the 15th century, 7th century AD, the debate between the two religions continues to this day, both through oral and written instructions, interactions. The involvement of the Orthodox groups. In each religion, you Muslims don't have Orthodox groups. Which one of you Orthodox groups? What a joke. Since when? Do you know even what Orthodox mean? Are you trying to replace the word Salafi with Orthodox? In each religion, tend to use a cross-theological debate as a stage for theological, political, and economic domination. Even through such a debate revolve around a classical theme. They still exist in the contemporary era. Muslim missionaries challenge the divinity status of Jesus in the concept of monotheism. First of all, you Muslim cannot challenge if Jesus is being divine or not, because you cannot even give us definition for what is divine. Your Quran failed to tell us what is divine. As an example, in the Quran, your God, he said that the one who can create a fly is God. Huh? Why you worship someone, he cannot create a fly. So if there is somebody can create a fly, is worthy of worship. And then we find that the Quran saying that Jesus, he created from the mud the bird, and he breathed into it. And the Muslim will say to you, okay, by permission of Allah. It doesn't matter. He created. He's a creator. And the word permission, there's no proof of it. I can say now that you exist because I gave you permission. You will laugh at me. I can say that all the country of Indonesia exists because I gave them permission to live. You will laugh at me. And we laugh at you when you say that Jesus did this by the permission. However, even if there is a permission as you claim, that will not explain why Jesus became a creator. Is that because he is the Son of God? Why not Muhammad? Why not Abraham? Why not Moses? Why nobody? You Muslim cannot even give us definition what is divine. How Allah is divine, yet he do not know how the baby is created. How he is divine, but yet he teach the sun set in murky water, boil in spring. How he is divine, but he claimed that ice is a flying mountain and Allah break ice from it. How he is divine, yet he don't remember which one he created first, the stars or the mountains. chapter 41, chapter 79, chapter 2. Every chapter contradicts the other one. And the Quran itself says, if this book was from other than Allah, you will find in it a lot of contradiction. So the Quran itself confirmed to us that this book cannot be the book of God. For if you have contradiction, I mean, choose for me any chapter in the Quran and it challenge me to show you stupidity. Anything you want. You see the whole book anywhere. Just point your finger, Muslims. From verse number 1 to last verse in the Quran. As an example, look your divine. This is a divine. The divine say in the chapter of the Hindu, the cow, whatever a verse revelation we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring better one or similar. What? The divine just say he will cause you to forget the Quran, and yet every Abdul say we memorize the Quran by heart. In another verse in the Quran, Allah said to Muhammad, we will give you the Quran and you will not forget it. So how here he says you will forget it, and there he says you will not forget it? Which one? سنقرؤك فلا تنسى. We are going to recite the Quran for you, and you will not forget it. Chapter 87, verse number 6. Allah promised that you will never forget one word of the Quran. Chapter 2, verse 106. Allah says, we will cause you to forget the Quran. Many chapters, not verses only. And what is the excuse? To bring something better. Allah will write Quran better than the Quran. And I wish Muhammad he stopped talking, because he make it even worse. Why? He said or similar. So if it's going to be similar, why you make us forget it? Are you stupid? And then if you read the interpretation, you will see that this is about Muhammad. He received a verse in the morning. He changed his mind by night time. Open the interpretation and read. Have you ever heard of a divine? He says something in the morning, he changed his mind in the afternoon? Simply because this divine is Muhammad. He says something, he noticed people don't like it, oppose it, or laugh at it. So by the morning he changed it. We will cause you to forget it. We go back to so-called PhD about CP. If you just join us, we are reading and studying a study made by Muslims in Indonesia, studying Christian Prince. A PhD study thesis about Christian Prince. All right. Let us go to the topic when they are talking about me. By the way, there's a link in the info if you like to read it yourself. All right. I mean, have you ever heard of a title of a book like this? From framing to flaming, in the cross-theological debate. How are Christian Prince the commentaries represented in the Quran on YouTube? Is that a title? Okay. Such a title tend to negate the truth of the theological belief held by each debater. Responding to this phenomenon, it must be, okay, whatever it is, you know, I will ask Prophet Muhammad later how to say it. MD Sayyid al-Zaman revealed that the meditation of religion discourse under the quiz of inter-theological debate narrative often use the format of a framing narrative that lead the flaming attitudes. The interest in religion conversation trigger the attitude of the debater. This conditions causes the vulnerability of the social conflict amid interfaith relationship in the digital world. Mean. The majority of the studies how the tendency of religion pattern presented by internet community on social media led to the crisis of tolerance. David Westerland, Brian Lakin, the Hold, and the Sudani looked at Ahmad Didat role as a first Muslim theologian to debate directly with the Christian theologian in public. Abdul, all of you are a bunch of ignorant. I can show you a Christian who debate the Muslims and wipe the floor with them in the time of your caliphate. The Muslims, they asked to execute him immediately. The caliphate, he could not, because he don't trust the Muslims. He was the only one he trusts in his palace. A wonderful Christian. He wiped the floor with Muhammad. Very brave. The funny is, those people, they claim that they are knowledgeable. But even the Quran says that the Christians, they came to Muhammad to debate him and he ran away. They stayed in the front of his house for 48 hours, knocking at the door. He refused to open. And then after 48 hours, he opened the door. He cannot debate them. He's an idiot. He called Mary, the daughter of Amran, the sister of Aaron. Suddenly Mary, she became the sister of Moses. Amran is the father of Moses. Aaron is the brother of Maryam. This is what the Bible says. So Muhammad was so stupid to the point he heard the Jews saying that Amram is the father of Moses. And he heard the Jews saying that Maryam is the sister of Aaron. And this is exactly what the Bible says. Aaron is the sister Aaron is the brother of Maryam. Exact word, exact name. So Muhammad, he took it, he put it in the Quran. The Christians, they came to confront Muhammad. And look at the Muslim translation, guys, look at this. Oh sister, i.e. the like. Where is the like? You a liar. In Arabic it says, Ya Ukhta Harun. You go to chapter number 3, you will find the name of the father of Maryam is Amran. But this is the father of Moses. And the Quran confirms that Maryam is the daughter of Amran. So you're a prophet. He ran away from debating the Christians. This is not the first time you Muslim, you run from a Christian prince. You always run from the Christians. According to the Quran, Allah, He elect the family of Ibrahim and the family of Ali Imran. But look how stupid Muhammad is. If Muhammad, he meant the family of Ibrahim, and that goes to their kids, but isn't it Ali Imran from the kids of Abraham, you idiot? If he meant only Imran and his kids only, not the kids of the kids, that means the only one is blessed in this earth is Ibrahim and the kids of Ibrahim, and the Quran mentioned Isaac and Jacob, and as you see, in the family of Imran. Who is Imran? The grandfather of Jesus. In fact, this verse speaks about being a nun. You see the stupid Muhammad in the Quran, he says that being a nun or a monk is a fabrication. Allah never asked for it, never approve it. What rahbaniya mean? You devote yourself to God, which means you have nothing to do with this life. You don't want to get married. You don't want to have kids. You don't want to, make money. You want to spend your day just praying to God. In chapter 57, verse number 27, Muhammad, he claimed that being a nun or a monk is a fabrication of the Christians. They invented it by themselves. But then we go here, we find that the mother of Mary, she vowed that her child, whatever it is going to be devoted to God, which means it's going to be a monk. In the case if it's a girl, it's going to be a nun. Can you spell the name of the guy? Show the name of the video. What guy? What video? What guy? Guys, if somebody asking question, make the question full so I can understand. What guy? What video? Anyway, going back to the study about me. His appearance has caused discord between religious communities, especially in Africa and Europe. Likewise, Mazaya Mustafa and Mohd Abbas Abdul Razak revealed their critical notes that Zakir Naik preaching style is too aggressive. Zakir Naik is the most silly, stupid person who can defend Islam. First, he do not know how to read his book. Secondly, he is horrible to defend Islam. You can choose any statement Zakir Naik said and you will see how we laugh at it. And Zakir Naik is not aggressive. In fact, he is very submissive. I think maybe 15 days ago, we played a video of him debating an ex-Muslim, and the ex-Muslim young man, he became a Christian, he smashed him in the ground. Anyone remember the video? The Christian asked Zakir Naik, Jesus, he says, my father. Are you allowed in Islam to call God my father? Zakir Naik said, no, you are not allowed. Brother, first of all, in Islam, you are not allowed to say father. The Christian young man said to him, if somebody said to God and he called him my father, is he considered to be an apostate? Zakir Naik answered, absolutely. If somebody, brother, sister, if somebody, he said that Allah is the father, he is not a Muslim no more. And then the Christian kid, he said to him, so based on what you said, Jesus Christ is an ex-Muslim. Or he is not a Muslim. Zakir Naik starts shouting like a horse. Go watch the debate. An ex-Muslim kid wiped the floor of him in front of more than 20,000 people. And then how Zakir Naik answered this? He says, okay, before, because now Jesus Christ, he came before Islam, so he can say that before Islam. But I thought Jesus is a Muslim. Even Adam is a Muslim. Even my cat is a Muslim. I don't have a cat. Everybody is a Muslim. Monkeys are Muslims. The Quran says so. Muhammad says so. I mean, even the trees, they say Shahada. So Zakir Naik is nobody, which seem to denigrate the theologies of religion other than Islam. So all of these guys is just a study to tell you what made the Christian prince come to existence. Here they are blaming some Muslim cleric, claiming that the reason someone like me come to the stage because Muslims cleric who use like exclusive language, or let us say certain language against Christianity, they trigger, I'm just trying to understand what they are saying about me, they trigger the Christians, which seem to denigrate the theological of religion other than Islam. None of those previous studies has attempted to link it as precursor to inter-religion violent conflict. There is a proliferation. Sorry guys, English is not my first language. They are using words I never read before. Don't laugh at me. I will give you Arabic. You read Arabic, I will laugh at you too. All right. Of diverse, contradictory, and even starkly constructing opinion about Islam on YouTube, some people express that the most outspoken stereotypes and prejudges about Islam, while others criticize religion in constructive and interesting way, while promoting Islam. This is why the discussion about relationship between religion and social media does not only act as publication medium, but also as a medium of dogmatization. Previous research has been limited to study the conflict arising from cross-theological debate. This article is more specific in looking at the framing construction of the Quran interpretation narrative carried out by Christian Prince on YouTube and its influence on interfaith social conflict between the Muslims and the Christians in social media. Thus, this research aim to continue and at the same time complement previous studies with focus on formulation of problems that include why CP can to criticize the teaching of Islam on YouTube, social media. How does CP apply the framing strategy in the highlighting the authenticity of the Quran through YouTube social media? How is the framing the effect the framing interpretation produced by CP on YouTube social media? All right. So all of this is about how I frame the Quran. The funny, if we open any Quran, we will find you Muslims putting the Arabic text inside the decorative frame. Who is the one who framed the Quran? You print it and you put it in the wall, in a frame. Yet you do not know how to read it. Let us continue. So this phenomenon across theological debate as presented by Christian Prince through the narrative interpretation of the Quran text on YouTube is essential to be revealed to public in order to know the impact of a framing discourse that can have how many times you use the word framing in the study? I mean, are you going to keep using the word framing every 2 seconds? This is boring, man. Use different word. Reveal in the public order how the impact of a framing discourse that can have a framing effects and constructions of CP narrative to convince its viewers that the interpretation of the Quran contain element of contradiction. The study argues that CP is essentially motivated by hatred toward Muslims. Yeah, chapter 5 verse 14, brother. Allah spread hatred and enmity between the Christians and Muslims, they love us. Chapter 9 verse number 29, kill the Christians and never let them enter to the Holy Land. Verse number 28, they are najis. And if you see a Christian in the street, force him to walk in the sewage because Muslims love the Christians. How dare you, Christian, to hate Islam? He is motivated by hatred. Disgusting. This guy, can you believe there is any human being in this earth he hate to walk in the sewage? And he will be upset because a good Muslim guy, he force him and his people and the Christian to work in the sewage? Isn't it a beautiful behavior, an act of love of Muslims to force you Christian to walk in the shit? To rape your women? To convert your churches by violence, taking it, burning it? A Muslim talking about hatred, when all his book is the book of hatred. In fact, the Quran said you will not find one believing person not even what? Not a single Muslim who love even his parents if they are not accepting Islam. Do you see it? Will not find any people who believe in Allah and the last day, making friendship. Fast translation, by the way. Nowhere it says making friendship. It says yuwaduna. Yuwaduna mean loving and have a passionate and have relationship and friendship, mean everything. You change the translator just to show you how the Quran changed by changing a translator. It's a miracle because Muslims are decent. Look what it says here. You will not find any people who believe in Allah and the last day, loving those who resist Allah. How they resist Allah? They refuse Islam. By doing that, even if they are your parents, your brothers, your father, your children, your kindred. A Muslim is not allowed to love anybody. he should hate everybody. Anyone is not a Muslim. So who is the one trying to frame who? It is you Muslims trying to frame me with hatred when your prophet taught you to hate everybody, including your parents, if they are not Muslims. In chapter 5, verse number 51, your God Muhammad, aka Allah, he said, take not Christians and Jews as a friend. I have to turn the light on. I cannot see no more. All right. Is that your book? Or my book? Take not Jews and Christians as a friends or protectors. Is that a teaching of hate? Why you cannot take us as friends? Because your satanic God, he taught you to hate the Christian. You cannot take us as a friends. If anyone here is listening and you think you have a Muslim friend, you are a fool. Muslims don't accept you as a friend. They will tell you you are my friend. They will act nicely with you temporarily because they need you maybe. Or maybe because they are trying to convert you to Islam maybe. But a Muslim, he is not allowed to take you as a friend. Period. If he mean it, the Quran says, a person, a Muslim, who do that, he is one of them, which means he became apostate and he become evil. So you, who amongst you turn into them in a friendship, he is one of them. He's not one of us. He is not a Muslim no more. And then those liars of fraud trying to frame me with hatred when their God and their religion is the religion of hatred. And by the way, they will say to you, I'm taking things out of context. Open the interpretation. Open the interpretation. Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Jalalain. And read it. And you will see who is the one teaching hate. So CP narrative is to convince its viewers that the interpretation of the Quran contain elements of contradiction. That is false, you idiot. Because the contradiction is not the definition of contradiction should be in the book, not in the interpretation. The book itself. So I never show Muslims contradiction based on interpretation. I can show you the interpretation to get you busted. But the contradiction is in the Quran, not in the interpretation, you idiot. Because interpretation is an opinion. But if your prophet is the one making the interpretation, that is not an opinion. As an example, according to your smart prophet, Professor Muhammad Orang, Zulqarnain, he found the sun set in a muddy, hot spring. Boiling, blazing, hot spring of water. The Muslims in the interpretation, they try to lie and duct tape this, and they say this is from the perspective of Zulqarnain. Then if we show them what Muhammad said about this, they will fly. Can we say that this is a false interpretation? Can we say that the Christian prince is using a false interpretation? This is authentic hadith. I was sitting behind the Messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey, while the sun was setting, he asked, do you know where this set? I replied, as always, Muslims are mushrikeen, they associate Allah and Muhammad together, equal in knowledge. Allah and his apostle knows best. He said, it's set in a spring of warm water. So who is the one who takes things out of context? The Quran says, the sun set in a muddy, boiling spring of water. Who said that? The Quran, not interpretation. Muhammad himself confirmed that this is true. Abdul, they say, no, this is not what it says. This is from the perspective of Zulqarnain. Where is the word perspective? We do not see it. Even it says, he found where the sun set, and he found the sitting place of the sun. He reached the sitting place of the sun. Read, this is your Muslim translation. There's a place where the sun set. He found near it people too. It's a physical location, not a fake vision. Muhammad explained it. Do the Muslim accept? They will throw their prophet under the bus, and then they will accuse the Christian prince that he is lying. He is fabricating his own interpretation. The study argues that CP, Christian prince, his interpretation of the Quran contain elements of contradictions. The study argues that CP is essentially motivated by hatred toward Muslims, who often criticize other religion, theological especially Christians and Jews, through negative justification. I'm not going to read this one for you because I don't know how to read it. Decontextualization. Oh, utilization. Oh, that's deep. Utilization. Oh, wow. That's a heavy duty word. This must be fat. Method. Become the primary capital of CP to convince its viewer of a premise of the justification narrative argument are constructed. Allah knows best, you guys. What are you saying? That's why the phenomenon, I know. I have a hard word with I have a hard difficulty with this word. Phenomenon. First of all, you don't speak Arabic and you don't speak English, and yet you claim that you have knowledge. Christian Prince don't speak good English, but can you speak Arabic like him? Can your prophet even speak Arabic like him? Can your God Allah speak Arabic like him? You cannot. You cannot even say your prophet name correctly. Say Muhammad. Muhammad. His name is Muhammad. 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 Idiot. Okay, say Ali. Ali. What Ali? Ali. Ali. Idiot. Ali. Ali. Okay. Say Khalid. 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 Hello? I mean, this is your religion based on Arabic, yet you cannot pronounce one word in it, and you claim you have knowledge. Let us continue. Phenomenon. Guys, don't try. I'm not going to read it for you. It doesn't matter. Even if I take a course in it, I don't want to learn it. I hate this word. Actually, one of the things people like about me is the comedy about reading English. By the way, I used to teach in Cambridge English class. But what happened, after I read the Quran, I get confused. So like I read now, like, okay, phenomenon. Okay, and because I'm an Arab and we read it from right to left, so I read it like this. Nonin, menon, pheno. What the heck? We continue. All right. demonstrate the impact of theological debate practice of religion that cannot be relied upon as contribution to achieving the goals of the teaching of religious itself. Its existence tend to encourage hateful propaganda in the name of religion, thus causing an ongoing extremism, violence movement. So it turned to be that ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Muhammad used to kill people because of a Christian prince. The Muslims through history, 14 centuries of filth and crimes. All of this because of a Christian prince propaganda. Literature review and theoretical framework. 1. Christian prince, CP. Which one I am? Like, I'm a Christian prince or CP? You convince me. Like, what is that CP? Soviet Union? What is that? What do you mean? Anyway, there is not much information that can be assessed regarding CP identity. The name is simply anonymous. All right. Of Ministry of a Christian Apologia of Saudi Arabian nationality. Oh, I'm from Saudi Arabia? Oh, okay. I mean, those Muslims, one he said to me, I'm Egyptian. One he say I'm Lebanese. One he say I'm Syrian. One say I'm Iraqi. One he say I'm Saudi. And this is supposedly academic study. By the way, I'm black, blonde, African American from Japan. Continue. Until now, his identity, educational background, and domesticity were unknown. He is his identity and used only blah, 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 okay, and both in book form and social media accounts, including his YouTube channel name. So far, there is 3 paper or books have been produced by CP. You are wrong. Many books, and published in digital format, Kindle version, Kindle edition, including the Quran and Science in Depth and the Deception of Allah, Sex and Allah. Some are written in several volumes. The 3 books have even been translated into several languages, including Indonesian, German, French, Swedish, Spanish, Russian. CP briefly revealed his dark childhood history. Oof. Man, I have a dark childhood history on Patreon. Man, it is in my Patreon. I have a dark childhood? What the heck? Like what? I was 6 years old like Aisha, and Muhammad, he took me to his lap. What do you mean dark, reveal childhood history? Would you please explain? Potato. And by the way, I want to say thank you for promoting my books. And Patreon. I mean, that's amazing. Hey guys, don't forget to go to Patreon. Any Muslim, he like to see the black reveal the dark childhood history immediately. Now you click at Patreon so you can see the dark child history of a Christian prince. I'm looking now at the dark history. Man, this is so dark. What do you see? I just told you, you idiot, it's so dark. I can see nothing. Exactly. Christian prince, first of all, the reason we cannot see it because it's so dark. And you are stupid. How we can see it if it's dark? But it says here, it reveals his dark childhood. So how it reveals, but you can't see it? Christian prince, there is many ways Muslims, we can see things. As an example, we can see things by smell. Zakir Naik, is it true that Prophet Muhammad, when he go to the bathroom, his shit smell like perfume? Exactly. Okay, how perfume smell like? Christian prince, first of all, this is a very stupid question. There is many kind of perfume. As an example, onion. Zakir Naik, this is not a perfume. Garlic. Zakir Naik, your prophet forbid you to eat garlic and go to the mosque. Even the angel will curse you. Perfume. Abdul. Christian prince, first of all, there is many versions of the perfume. As an example, Prophet Muhammad, he used to take a shower with dead dogs and garbage. The Prophet, he used to take a shower with dead dogs and stinky garbage? Yes, brother. Mean. The dark side of Christian Prince childhood? Like what? Like mama, she kicked me out of the house, give me to a woman to nurse me, like what happened to Muhammad? Like my uncle kicked me out of the house because I was looking like Muhammad from the hole of the door at the girls in the house? Like what exactly you are talking about? Huh? I was accused of stealing underwear like your prophet by his companion? Or maybe because I used to take a shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and stinky things. What? That's so disgusting. Mean. We Arab, we don't do that. We do it from time to time, to be honest with you. And I like the honesty here in the translation. It says, and stinking things. What the heck is that? Like what? Like what do you mean stinking things? Like Kamala Harris? No way. Taking shower with Kamala Harris? That's disgusting. So who is the one trying to frame who? The whole PhD study about framing Islam. Look what they are saying. Dark childhood. Like what happened when I was a kid? I used to jump at the neighbor fence and play with their cat. Like what dark? What dark? Why you don't give us more details? Guys, maybe there's more details we don't let us see. Okay. The deception of God. No, my book is called Deception of Allah. Why you change the name, you idiot? He revealed that his status as a minority, non-Muslim, was often the victims of bullying by his school teacher and his friends in Saudi Arabia. Nobody ever did bully me. Ever. And you are a big fat liar. Where in my book, in the deception of Allah, I said the Muslims, they bully me. Who dare to bully Christian Prince? Who dare? Never. Not in my lifetime. Maybe you can bully me after I die. You can go to my grave and you make fun of me. Like la 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 la, Christian Prince. Well, no problem. Later you will die and they will put you in the grave. And then you will meet me face to face. And let us see what will happen. So they lie. They fabricate. And then here it says, even his teacher referred to non-Muslims as najis. My teacher never dared to refer to. I was speaking about Islam, you donkey. You see how they lie? Where in my book it says, my teacher called me najis? I want to see that. Which page? What a fraud you are, Muslims. No shame. In my book, I explain what the Muslims consider the Christians and what the Muslim did to the Christians, not my teacher talking to me, calling me najis. If my teacher called me najis, I will push him in the sewage. Add one more information. When I was in high school, I was fired from all the schools of the country. Because no school can control me and no teacher can bully me. I was totally fired. I did my final exam as a free student, which means no school can accept me. Period. I'm not allowed to join any school no more. Nobody can have me in there. Why? because I'm the last one anyone can bully, you idiot. The first thing the teacher, he come to the class, he asked, he said, who is, and he called my name. I said, I'm me. He said, listen, I'm not like the previous teacher. I'm warning you. Don't do what you do with them. And then the student, they start, yeah. You know, we know. All the teachers before you, they said that. A week after he asked himself, he asked the government to move him from the school. Or at least from that classroom. Teacher calling me najis. Must be true story. Beside the, okay, hold on. Or unclean, simply because they are not Muslims. Besides, they are also often labeled as apes, pigs, using justification from the text, scriptures, Quran, and the Hadith. So you admitted that your Quran called Christians pigs and apes and najis, which mean filthy. Those people, they admit in Indonesia that they're filthy. I mean, look at those donkeys. The whole study trying to frame me that I'm a person who hate. And now they are saying that this guy is a victim. This is their own words. This person, Christian Prince, is a victim of the hatred of the Muslims. I mean, do you see how stupid they are? Can you believe how stupid they are? Because if you are the one who call Christians pigs and monkeys and apes and filthy and unclean, so what you accept from the Christian to do? Say yes, sir, or kick your butt and the butt of your prophet. So in the same study trying to frame me that I have hatred, they just expose themselves. They are just admitted that yes, the Quran called the Christians pigs, apes, filthy, unclean, worse than animals. Because of these issues, CP has been motivated to study Islam. They just admitted that I studied Islam. In fact, I have degrees in Islam. I am qualified to be a judge in the Islamic court. Yes, I did. My motive to study Islam is to know where the devil can be located, so I can grab him, crucify him under the ground. The devil is in the heart of Islam. And you just admitted that a Christian Prince, he studied Islam, not a guy talking about Islam. He does not want to become a Muslim, but he does not want to go through the pain of being excluded. He revealed that. Read carefully, they are quoting from my. When I was a child at school, I was told by my Muslim teacher during classroom that anyone who is not a Muslim is dirty. The teacher had given me his own proof. Anyone knows which page in the book, in my book, it says that? Do you guys have the, do you have my book? Deception of Allah? Anyone have it? I want to show you how the Muslims cannot be trusted when they speak about someone. I've been taught in the school that Jews, they have a tail. But nobody said to me, you are najis. I've been taught in the school, yes, that the Quran teach that non-Muslims are pigs and monkeys. But nobody said to me, you are najis. This is what you said. Nobody said to me, you are unclean. Nobody dare. Nobody dare to say such a thing to me. You Muslims are a bunch of liars. I want you to open my book, Deception of Allah, and read carefully what is written there, and you will see how the Muslims, they lie. A bunch of liars. However, let us assume that what I am saying in my book, meaning that somebody says to me, you are a pig. Isn't it this is enough to prove that Islam is filthy? Are you defending Islam or you are defending me? Because if this is true, Islam is false. Islam is evil. Islam can't be from God. Why you say Christians are pigs and monkeys? What if we, Christian, we say Muslims are pigs and Muslims are monkeys? So they lie about what I say. They lie about my dark childhood, which is funny what they say about what is called dark. This is your darkness, not mine. Isn't it evil, if this is true, that you Muslim, you say to a child, you are a pig, you are filthy, you are unclean, you Christians and Jews are monkeys? Who is the monkey? You monkeys making a study proving to us that Muslims, when they speak like monkeys and they got themselves busted. CP explained that his effort to get to the stage where not without due process, instead he went painstakingly through serious learning process. On other occasions, CP also stated that his motivation was nothing but to prove to Muslims that the dogma they had long believed in to justify other religion nearly had a fierce polemic against them. I don't know what does that mean, but anyway. Nevertheless, CP is more widely known through YouTube channel that activity spread its propaganda, and even its videos recording have been disseminated through various YouTube channels, especially in Indonesia. The cross-theological debate on YouTube. The cross-theological debate sparked hatred controversy in the early years of Islam. Let us skip this part to go where they are talking about me. All right. What happened now? They skip. What is my name? Shame on you. Okay. Framing analyze the social linguistic approach. In order to prove that the debate about theology of religion can be stretched sideways by framing behavior, it is essential to reveal how the framing was applied to see narrative construction performed by CP. The theological debate religion involved not only observing the language system, it also involved social investigation. That is why this study chose framing approach related to social media studies. William A. Gamson constructed one framework of such framing approach. The framing approach he took is very closely related to his expertise as a sociologist. That's why the theory. Okay, tell me about, we don't want to read about the theory. Tell me what you have against me. All right. So this is the theory here summarized in this drawing. So theoretical framework of a framing. Linguistic element analyze. So Christian Prince to do framing to Quran and frame Muhammad, he do linguistic element analyze. Wonderful. That means I'm doing academic work, not just talk. Philosophical reasoning analyze. Wonderful. Again, this is academy, professional study. CP narrative on Quran interpretation. Narrative description, narrative interpretation, narrative explanation. I don't know what those guys are talking about, because interpretation, description, and explanation is one thing. You Muslims are always weirdo. If somebody describes something and he give interpretation for something and explaining something, it's the same thing. Stupid. They are not the three. The purpose of a framing, fairness or a truth, flaming. Now they are going back to this guy. Gamson began applying the framing approach, first investigating the central idea of additional meaning of a series of end narrative producer want a channel blah 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 blah. Okay, then he go down. All right. So Gamson theoretical framework of a framing is used to understand the interpretation of the Quran text that follow the CP narrative. You know, I like it when the Muslim says that CP give interpretation for the Quran. So when I show what Muhammad said, it is CP giving interpretation to the Quran. So the sun set in murky water according to Muhammad, it is CP giving interpretation for the Quran. The sun go every day from the east to the west and sleep under Allah's throne, it is interpretation of CP to the Quran. Okay. Which means the interpretation of CP is simply reading what Muhammad said. And that make it bad. And that make it a fraud. And that make it a lie. Because you know that Muhammad is a liar. Is it me who is saying the sun goes every day and move from point A to point B, from the morning to sunset, and then ask permission to come back, and Allah will allow it to come back from the east? Until one day Allah, He command the sun to come from the west? Is that the interpretation of the sun movement according to Muhammad or according to Christian Prince? If you're a prophet, is a prophet, how in the world explain, or he explained how the sun move every day from the east to the west in such a cartoonic way? This is something you can see for a cartoon made for 3 years old kid. 5 years old will laugh at it. A little sun, yellow, go and move. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, and then go under Allah's throne. And where is Allah's throne? Allah's throne is above the water. So who is the one is framing who, and who is the one giving his own interpretation? And remember, even Muhammad, when he says something, he said this is what Allah meant as an example here, chapter 36, verse number 38. Muhammad himself explained the Quran. So I read to Muslim what Muhammad said, they accuse me of a framing. Do you know where the sun goes? What goes mean? In the time of the sunset. It goes and prostrate itself under the throne. And this is what Allah meant. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. However, by the way, if you go and read the reading of the Quran, you will find that the Quran of Ibn Mas'ud do not agree with the Quran of Hafs. In case you do not know what I'm saying, in the Quran of Ibn Mas'ud, the sun, the verse says, the sun does not run to a fixed course. Remember, in this study about me, Christian Prince is trying his best in his narrative to show you contradiction in the Quran. Correct? I do not need to do my best. It is you, Muslim, who do your best. You do your best to memorize the Quran. We do our best to read it and laugh at it. So look what happened here. This is Ibn Kathir, chapter 36, verse number 38. 36, 38. If we read it, the Muslim will be upset. Why? It's very embarrassing. A clear contradiction in the Quran. This is not in their interpretation, this is in the Quran. Because we are talking about two Quran. One is the Quran of Hafs, and one is the Quran of Ibn Mas'ud. Is the Quran is the same? No. Read carefully with me. Where is the verse? لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. All right, go down. Did we skip it? Here, Ibn Kathir is quoting Muhammad hadith about the sun moving from point A to point B. Read carefully. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. And the sun runs to its fixed course. Okay, it's clear. The sun runs to a fixed course. No problem. We go down a little bit. We found that Ibn Mas'ud Quran say the opposite. The sun does not run to a fixed course. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لَا مُسْتَقَرَّ لَهَا. And the sun runs with no fixed course. Remember, there is study saying Christian Prince, in his narrative, he try using his language skills in Arabic to convince and corner the Muslims about contradiction in the Quran. So now if we ask those Abduls and everybody in that university and everybody in Indonesia, do the sun runs to a fixed course or the sun does not run to a fixed course? Which one we should take? Huh? This is not interpretation. This is not Christian Prince interpretation. This is a clear contradiction. It cannot be both. Either the sun runs to a fixed course or the sun does not run to a fixed course. Which one? This is in the Quran of Ibn Mas'ud and the Quran of Ibn Abbas. They recite the ayah as the following: وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لَا مُسْتَقَرَّ لَهَا. And the sun runs with no fixed course. With no fixed course. There is no fixed course. In the Quran is used by the majority of the Muslims, which is Quran of Hafs. Hafs, the one is accused to be a fraud and a liar. Same as his father, stepfather, Asim. It says, and the sun run to a fixed course. So, is that a clear contradiction in the Quran? Now, in order to solve this problem, we have to find out which one of those are a lie. Either we say Ibn Mas'ud verse is a fraud and Hafs Quran is true. But Hafs came more than 200 years after Muhammad. How Ibn Mas'ud Quran can be wrong? And then, if Ibn Mas'ud is right, that means the hadith which the Muslim they bring to us, all of it is fabricated, because Muhammad says, and that what is meant, that the sun runs to a fixed course. Read it. So that will destroy your hadith, will destroy your Quran, will destroy your religion. And you keep saying to the Christians that your Quran is preserved and nobody play with it and we memorize it. Yet the Quran says Allah will cause you to forget the Quran. What a stupid cult. All right. So the framework of a framing is used to understand the interpretation of the Quran text that follows CP narrative. Research method. The research employed qualitative data based on the content and thematic analyze approaches. The data were analyzed to find the framing process that CP take when constructing its narrative to highlight the authenticity of the Quran text. The data used were CP videos that have been uploaded in YouTube page. It was done by first investigating the number of the videos available in YouTube. From research result, September 12, 2020, the numbers of videos about CP was found to be no less than 20 million videos. This is in the year 2020, not 2025. So now we should have maybe 40 million. In fact, here they show you the search total result 20.3 million. Numbers of uploading videos on CP. This is not CP uploading videos, this is people uploading my videos. All right? So the Muslims now, they are explaining their pain. This guy is making us shish kebab. More than 20 million upload. And this is until 2020, not include 2025. So can we say now we have maybe 40, 50 million? And how you Muslim refute me? By saying that the Christian prince, he said his teacher described Christians as pigs? And I am framing the Quran. But yet you fail to give one example that I am framing the Quran. In the study, shouldn't you have an example? Let us see, maybe they have. Of the 20.3 million videos that have been uploaded to study, select only the top 2 videos theme from research result using keyword Christian Prince. Al-Quran. The top 2 videos are titled Ayat min mistaken dalam Al-Quran. So those are my videos are translated into Indonesian language. Misleading verses in the Quran. Al-Quran Kitab Sambarana Aktua Katara. I mean, the English I cannot read it. You want to give me, come on. Contradictive or contradictive. Okay. The Quran is perfect or contradictory. The fundamental reasons chosen is because the Quran is a holy book of Muslims that they claim perfect, whereas for CP it contained contradictions. After downloading videos, and the analyze was further analyzed using the framing approach. Alright. The approach is projected to find a framing element in it. The framing element can be seen as the following table. Parable or supposition. Metaphor. Interesting phrases. Contrast. Stand out in one discourse. In form of jargon or slogan. Associate a frame with an example. A description, comparison, clarifying the frame. Defocusing issues in the form of quantitative, vocabulary, lexicon, label, case, effort, analyze, basic. Okay, let's go to the, Analyzing the data, any narrative that include comment about CP respond to the Quran text description was represented as it is to figure out what the main point of the narrative of the 2 videos is. Furthermore, those narratives were interpreted to see the framing element of device. They keep saying framing element of device. Anyway, after discovering the element, the narrative continues to be explored to find reasoning devices using physiological reading analyze. Based on those 3 steps, it's used as a tool to conclude the finding. The finding were then discussed with various theoretical statements that had been expressed by previous researchers. It was done to ensure the conclusion of this study as a part of scientific discussion process. All right. Quran in CP highlight. CP represent his critical narrative of the authority of the Quran through YouTube channels, the Arabian Prophet channel. However, his study only used live streaming service without storing videos footage on his YouTube channel. Instead, the videos were distributed by various other than YouTube channels that have been recorded, even translated into Indonesian, Christian Prince Bahasa Indonesian channel. That is why CP identity is difficult to assess, because the presentation technical he present does not display his face. I can show you my butt, no problem. Still, you cannot refute me. Rather, only his voice, that the viewers can only watch the screen and show the Quran and the translation in English. CP explained the text translation contradiction through the screen. view that he commented on using English. What I should use? Which language you guys talk? The visualization of the Quran verses and its translation in English is displayed through access to website-based digital QuranWow.com. The translated version used on the website is a translation of the Quran. Muhammad Ali, also some places, CP always sometime criticize the translation. I use all translation, Muslims. All your translation is a fraud. Not a single Muslim translation is true. In addition to representing his criticism of the Quran through his descriptions, CP has also several videos openly challenge Muslims to participate in dialogue or argue with him. The challenge was certainly responded by some Muslims who contacted him by phone, countering CP argument. No Muslims ever do that. Can you give us a person who contacted me in phone and did what you are saying? Name one. I challenge you, Abdul, to name one person who called me and he was able to accomplish something. All right. Others only respond via chat on the video comment page. CP does not. Maybe they meant that some Muslims, they call me, but are they really able to answer me? This is the question. But CP does not respond directly. I don't respond directly. I read every comment. I answer every comment, and when a Muslim, he criticizes me, I pin his comment to the top of my comment in my page. I pin your comment. I don't delete it. He only offend them in other video exposure. So I respond to their comment. Are you stupid? So I make a video about the comment. The telephone debate took place without moderator, so it appeared to be as unscientific debate. Huh? Guys, if the debate, there's no moderator, that is not a scientific debate. I'm going to do how in the world? You see, this is why the Muslims, they prefer to have a moderator, because they can hide behind him. If there's no moderator, I will keep boxing until I take all their teeth. So they want a moderator, so when he fell in the ground, the moderator will save his ass. 5 minutes for me, 5 minutes for you. He will not answer anything. You give him the mic, he keep blah, 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 blah. No, you talk to me, I corner you. You will be spanked with no mercy. Some of the debates ended in mutual defame, while others ended with CP success in influencing its debate. I challenge you to show me one debate the Muslim, they were successful when they debated me. Give me just one. It's a challenge for all the Abdul. And listen, Indonesian Muslims, instead of this garbage, why you don't find me the best ustaz, not one, not two, bring theme, and we schedule a debate. And you know what? I will accept a moderator. And you know what? I will accept a Muslim moderator. In fact, I want Zakir Naik to be the moderator of the debate. And you know what? I accept Zakir Naik to join you to fight against me. So look at this. You bring me 7, 8, the best teacher of Islam in Indonesia. You bring Zakir Naik as a moderator. And a Christian Prince will be alone. Open boxing match. And let us see who will leave without teeth. You cowards, you will never dare to accept. In front of you, Indonesian, take this part, record it, cut it, post it everywhere. I challenge every Indonesian ustad, all of them, to debate me together. If you are afraid to debate a Christian prince alone because you are weak, I understand. You make a team, 20, 70, I don't care. All of you, you sit behind one table. I will be in the other side of the table, alone. Who dare to debate me? None. Why? Do you think I will frame you? Are you a bunch of kids? Are you afraid that you are kids and you are speaking to a mature person? In fact, I want to ask the Indonesians, instead of making papers and study about Christian princes slandering me, isn't it better to call me and slander me live on air? Isn't it better to corner me? Why you don't do it? Busy making halal marriage? 7 kilograms of makeup in the face of the wife? Just to make her look so white? Where is your scholars? They have a beard of a goat? And they are afraid to meet the lion? Each one of them, he have a big villas. Massive income. This guy here in the right corner, I saw an article speaking about him receiving $5,000 for 2 hours of speech. $5,000 in Indonesia. That will make you live not only like a king. Man, an hour, 2 hours? So how much you get paid in a day? They are good to take your money, but they cannot defend Islam. You put their pictures everywhere, we laugh at you. So be my witness. Christian prince who has millions of Indonesians who follow and learn from him about the garbage of Muhammad. Challenging those false teachers. I accuse you to be fraud. I accuse you that you don't have a single knowledge about Islam. This is why you avoid talking to me. And listen carefully. If the excuse is that you didn't speak English, you claim that you are ustaz. We can debate in Arabic. Don't tell me that you are an ustad in Islam, but you do not know Arabic. That will be embarrassing. Is that correct, guys? They claim to be masters of Islam. How you can master it without reading it? In order to read it, you have to speak Arabic. Okay, the one of them, he don't know English. We will debate in Arabic only. The one who knows English, we will debate in English. If you say to me that none of you speak Arabic, that means you are absolutely fraud. Because how you can teach about what the Quran say by reading translation? In fact, translation even by Muslims is not approved. This is why those poor Indonesians, when they pray to Allah, they have to pray in Arabic. Allah don't accept any language. Allah is an Arab. He's my cousin. That's why he stink. So where are you? Look at this guy wearing sunglasses. Are you serious? Can you see me? Ten ustaz? Are those your best? I want to make salad. I will not debate the female. She is half a brain according to Muhammad. I don't want to waste my time with half a brain. What do you think, Muslims? Shall we continue reading the study about me? All right. One of CP capitals that is able to conquer his debate opponent is his ability to speak Arabic. Oh man, that is really messed up. They just admitted that I conquer. I what? I do? I conquer. But hold on. Almost every time we go in Discord, we have Muslims who speak Arabic, they call me and debate me. Correct, guys? I conquer them still. No different. You speak Arabic, you don't speak Arabic, I will make you mashed potato. In fact, if you speak Arabic, it's easier for me. Way easier. Go watch the previous videos we have just in the excuse me, in the last week. You will see how many Arab they call me, and many of them they left Islam, like Iraqi, the Iraqi too, Iraqi, they left Islam. And they speak Arabic. In fact, it's not uncommon for his debate opponent is to not master in Arabic. The funny is, you said that Ahmad Didat is a scholar, yet when he go in the stage in the Middle East, he asks somebody to translate what he is saying. You call Zakir Naik a scholar, yet none of them speak Arabic. So what you are saying to me, because I know Arabic and I am an Arab, I will conquer Zakir Naik, I will conquer Ahmad Didat, I will conquer every single Indonesian. But how you explain that I am conquering the Muslims who they speak Arabic very well? Do you have explanation? Maybe you should do a study about that in the coming thesis. So in fact, it's not uncommon for his debate opponent to not master in Arabic. So they were silent when CP began challenging them to speak Arabic. I like this study, by the way. So let me guess, is that what will happen if those Indonesian ustads debated me? They will look like a bunch of fools, hypocrite, coward, liars, lying to Muslims, claiming that they are ustads. You see, I don't call myself ustads. I don't. They worship titles. When a Christian, they say to me, God bless your ministry, I say, don't say ministry. I don't deserve such a title. Guys, how many times heard me saying that? How many times you heard me saying, don't say ministry? Because when you say ministry, it sounds like you are making me a priest or something. I'm not, you know. I don't claim such an honor. I don't like titles. You Muslim worship titles because titles make you money, a lot of money. All of those are millionaires. And what they do for a living? Give you nothing but junk. No knowledge, speeches, just to satisfy your spiritual need, when the fact Islam is not even a spiritual religion. Even your God himself is not a spirit. How you can have a spiritual religion if the God himself is not spirit? So I challenge Muslims to speak Arabic. They lie to me. They say they knew. They speak Arabic. The second I challenge them, in fact, when I challenge them, I don't challenge them because they are honest. They say I don't know Arabic. If somebody he says I am not an Arab, I don't challenge him to read Arabic, right? I challenge only when somebody argue about Arabic, claiming that he knew Arabic. So I challenge him to speak to me in Arabic or read Arabic to get him busted, not to silence him. Because either he is saying the truth and he knows Arabic, or he's a liar. So I never challenge someone to read Arabic if he said to me, I'm not an Arab. I mean, that would be stupid. If the guy, he just said to you, I do not know Arabic, why am I challenging to read Arabic? Of course, his ability was gained through his persistence in studying Islam seriously. So now, look what they are doing. They just admitted that I did a real serious study about the garbage of Muhammad. However, when carefully observed from CP exposure, it's found that the focus of the study is critical of the text of the Quran. So it is rare to find an analysis that look at the historical context. Historical context? Okay, who is a Muslim can tell me the historical context of Zulqarnain? Where he was born, where he is from, what the name of his daddy, and which year, what his name? Zulqarnain is not even a name. A Muslim, they are talking about historical context. Who is Saleh? Listen, forget about Saleh. Who is Israel? If I ask the Muslim now to open the Quran and tell me who is this guy, his name is Israel, the stupid Quran keeps saying children of Israel, children of Israel. My cousin wife, she bought a CD to teach her how to make cake. She called my cousin, she said, I need more eggs. He said, but you have 20 eggs. She said, they are finished. I need more, I'm making cake. The guy, he sent one of his employees and he got her more eggs. Another 20. He delivered. She called again after 15 minutes, I want more eggs. He said, I just gave you another 20. I told you, I'm making cake. He sent her another, he said, okay, I will send you 40 eggs. He sent her 40 eggs. She called again. I want more eggs. It turned to be that she have a CD teaching her how to make an egg, and the CD stuck. Keep saying, break an egg, break an egg, break an egg. And because my cousin wife, she is a Muslim, I'm just joking, by the way. This is not a true story. She's half a brain. She kept breaking eggs. And this is Muhammad. He keeps saying Israel, 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 Israel. But nowhere in the Quran it says, who is this guy Israel? Who is Israel? Shouldn't you tell the audience, you donkey, who is this guy? In fact, do you remember Ahmad Didat was making fun in the debate about Jacob wrestling with the angel of God? Do you remember? The stupid Didat, he just made fun of the Quran because this is what the word Israel mean. The one who wrestled with God, the one who struggled with God. So Ahmad Didat was making fun of the Quran, and the Muslims, they say, hey, amazing, brother, amazing. Ahmed Didat was laughing at the Bible saying, your book says that Jacob, he was wrestling with God? Ha 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 ha. So why the Quran copy the name, you donkey? This is what the word means. Which is a clear evidence that Muhammad the fool, he do not know what the word in Hebrew mean. He just copy names. Break an egg. Break an egg. Break an egg. And I'm breaking my eggs in the top of you. I shower you Muslims with my eggs. Look at this verse. All the food was lawful to Israel, children of Israel. Including pork? Are you sure? Except what Israel made unlawful to himself. Okay, who's Israel? There's a guy, his name is Israel. Can you tell us who is he? They will not tell us because they don't know. They have no idea. This is why we call them Abdul. Every Abdul is an ignorant until he proved the opposite. And that mission impossible. Because the second he proved the opposite, he will be an ex-Muslim. Let us continue. Break an egg. Here are 3 videos used in this study to find framing patterns by CP. Let us see the 3 videos. What is those 3 videos? 3 videos? Somebody, this is, okay. Which 3 videos? Those are 3 videos? Which one? This is my other channel. What 3 videos? Those are 3 videos? Like this one, or this one? Which one? I thought you would show me a video, idiot. What's wrong with you? Okay, we go back. Which page we were? Oh boy, we lost which page? Anyone remember which page it was? We passed here. We passed here. Okay, here. Are you guys having fun? Are we having a good time? CP narrative in the Quran is perfect contradiction book. Narrative description. In the 31-minute video, CP did not say which video name. The Quran perfect or contradictory? I don't have that in my channel there actually. Maybe we should look for it. And I don't think I have even a title such as, I think maybe this is the translated title in the Indonesian. In the 31-minute video, CP claimed that God himself, who asserts the Quran has contradiction, it's based on Quran 482. Al-Fala. Okay, Al-Quran. Wala kun what gahir Allah lawliki kawfaki. What is that? They don't consider the Quran. Okay, so he's quoting, they are quoting the verses I use to prove the Quran to be false. The Quran says, if this book is made by other than Allah, which means by shaitan, you will find in it a lot of contradiction. All right. So, translation, do not they consider the Quran with care? Had it been from other than Allah, they would surely have found therein much contradiction. According to CP, the verse is a rule that substantially revealed by the Quran that there is a contradiction verses. Furthermore, CP also explained that it's enough to find only one Quran contradictory verse to claim it is imperfection of the Quran. That's false. One verse will not prove the imperfection, will prove what the Quran says, that this is made by other than Allah. Do you see how stupid they are? Your God said, you just quote the verse, if this Quran made by other than Allah, which means it's a fabrication, you will find a contradiction. So the Quran making a challenge in chapter 4 verse 82, if you find a contradiction, the whole Quran is invalid, not imperfect. There's a huge difference. The Quran said the rule. Contradiction is not from God. And as long there's too many contradictions, I mean, I cannot even count how many. The Quran itself proved to us that the Quran cannot be the book of God. So I'm very thankful actually that Muhammad, he made this verse. This foolish, he got himself busted. We continue saying, furthermore, also CP also explained that it's enough to find one contradictory in a verse claim the imperfection of the Quran. To prove this claim that the Quran is a series of contradictory editorial, CP proposed the term Islam in the Quran, which is considered a religion for the whole universe. Investigation start at Quran chapter 13 verse number 37. Thus we have revealed it to be the judgment of the authority in Arabic. Chapter 12 verse number 2, it says, we have sent down as an Arabic Quran in order you may learn wisdom. You see, the Muslims, when they read the Quran, they are just ignorant, and even they lie in the translation. Let me show you. Taqilun does not mean learn wisdom. Taqilun mean so you might understand. See how the Muslims, they don't even know how to present their book. There's a huge difference between learning wisdom and understand. Understand, in the same time you receive knowledge. Aql mean mind, brain, understanding. Let's go back. We have sent it down, this down in Arabic. Chapter 6 verse 92. And this book which we have sent down, bringing blessing and confirming the revelation which came before it, that thou mayst warn the mother of the cities and all around her. We will go to that verse. CP articulate that the verse legitimizing the Quran applies only to Arabic-speaking communities. The verse, according to CP, contradicts the verse 21:107, which it says, we send not but mercy for all the creatures. CP attempt to speculate that if the Quran is based down to humankind universally, then why it should be restricted only to Arabic? In fact, of many millions of Muslims who lived in today's world, only small number can understand and use Arabic well. In response to the argument, one Muslim respond to CP, statement on a video, comment page by stating, Islam was sent to the Arab first. That way, but it is for everyone. In response to the comment, CP noted that the argument seemed funny and stupid. CP quoted chapter 6, verse number 92, to claim that the Quran was revealed warning to the people of Mecca, and it is surrounding only. CP explained that Mecca was just a small village. So how could Mecca be transformed into international city? Maybe because Mecca has become Las Vegas or a business center for Muslims. Therefore, CP assert that it makes no sense from the small town. It's then understood to have represented the entire region of the world universally. That description underlies CP claim that the text of the Quran itself contradict each other. One place is limited landscape. But hold on. You Muslims, you lie. You did not present my argument. Because the Quran not only say the Quran sent in Arabic, you Muslims in Indonesia, you have to pray in Arabic. So if the Quran sent in Arabic to the Arab, and then the Arab will teach the rest. Why you have to pray in Arabic when you do not know Arabic? Because Quran confirm it was sent to the Arab. And not only that, you are not being honest because I show more important verses, not the one you said. The Quran said, Allah never sent any messenger to any people except in their tongue. Never. And this is in the time of Muhammad, given to Muhammad. So you cannot say Muhammad not included. Chapter 14, verse number 4. We sent not a messenger except to teach the language of his own people, in order to make things clear to them. So was Allah wrong when he said the only way to make believers understand me is to give them a book in their language? Are you saying that your God contradicting your God? How Muhammad is a messenger for all mankind? In the same time, Allah said, I never send any messenger except to his people, not to all mankind. Speak in their tongue and deliver the message in their tongue. So when Moses was sent by Allah according to Muslim, what language he spoke? Hebrew. Supposedly. Not Arabic. So why Moses is not international messenger? How come? Here you see the hypocrisy of the Abdul. So the Quran gives us a clear contradiction of the mission of Islam. If Islam is a mission for all mankind, then Allah should not say, Aka Muhammad, this Muhammad making this, not Allah. Allah doesn't exist. So Muhammad saying, Allah never sent a messenger except to speak in the tongue of his people so they can understand, which means if the book in different language, they will not understand. And guess what? Even the Arab cannot understand the Quran. So this is another super contradiction. How now Allah saying he made it in Arabic for the Arab like me, and yet the Arab cannot understand the Quran. Look what Allah said in the Quran. In the same Quran says nobody understands the Quran save Allah. a great number, massive number or size of the Quran, nobody knows what it's mean, save Allah. Chapter 3, verse number 7. So, is the Quran clear to the believers as a chapter 14, verse number 4 says, or it is confusing and nobody knows what it's mean as a chapter 3, verse number 7? It says nobody knows. No one knows what they mean save Allah. No one. So the clear Arabic Quran is not clear. I mean, you see, you Muslims, you chosen verses, I get you busted from your own verses. And not only that, the Quran claim that the Quran explained in details. Read chapter 6, verse number 55. Thus we have explained the ayat, not the signs, the Quran, in details. Like, what the heck? So why we have Ibn Kathir? And why Ibn Kathir don't agree with Al-Qurtubi? And why Al-Qurtubi don't agree with the Jalalain? And why Jalalain don't agree with Ibn Taymiyyah? And why Ibn Taymiyyah don't agree with Ibn Fattiyah? You have a billion interpretation for the Quran. Each one of them is different. And this is after Allah explained the Quran. So how it is before Allah explained the Quran? Are you with me, people? So the author of the Quran keeps saying that Allah explained the Quran. Are you sure? Yes, yes, yes. But nobody understands the Quran. One chapter says nobody understands the Quran. One chapter says we made the Quran in Arabic so you might understand. Other chapter says we explain the Quran in details. Chapter 6, verse number 97. We detailed our signs. I mean, he keeps saying our signs, by the way. It says ayat. Ayat is not a sign. Ayat is the Quran, the verses. This Yusuf Ali is a potato like the rest of them. Look, we just changed the translation. We have a new Quran. We explained in details our ayat. Between two brackets, proofs, evidence, verses, lessons, signs, revelation. Allah explained that. I want to see it where? Hey Muslim, where we can find the explanation for the Quran? I mean, do you see the stupidity? One verse says nobody knows what the Quran means save Allah. One verse says Allah never sent a book except in the tongue of his own people, because if not, they will not understand. And then the Muslims in Pakistan or Indonesia, they say, we understand the Quran. But your Quran says, in order to know what I meant, it have to be your native language. You see, I learn English still. There's many words I do not know. It's impossible to know the language very well. There's no way you will know it the same as a native person. As you see, I have difficulty to read some words. But that will not be the case for me in Arabic. So always, a person who is native is not the same as someone is not. So if the native cannot understand the Quran, and the Quran confirm that Allah, He sent it to the people of the Prophet. So the Quran sent to who? To the Arab. Only. And the Quran mentioned the book was sent to warn Mecca and what is around it. Small, tiny village. And look what happened. Not only the stupid Muhammad, he could not even maintain what he say. He asked Allah to send him 7 Quran. Why? Because even the Arab in Mecca, they could not understand 1 Quran. Can you believe it? The Arab in Mecca, they need 7 Quran. And then Zakir Naik will say to us, 1 Quran is enough. So Muhammad lied. All of this is authentic. Muhammad told his God, oh please Allah, I seek forgiveness. My people are not capable of doing it. Doing what? Following Islam by 1 Quran. All of this is sahih, as you see. So Allah sent him the first Quran. Muhammad complained, nobody can, my people cannot handle it. So he asked Allah to send him more Quran. He sent him 2nd Quran. Muhammad complained. He said, my people are stupid. Those are Arab. Are you idiot? Don't you know the Arab are so slow? So Muhammad, he kept asking Allah to give him more Quran until it became 7 Quran. And yet, after 7 Quran, the Muslims cannot understand the Quran. 7 Quran just to make the Arab understand the Quran. The Arab of Quraysh, a tribe, a small tiny tribe, they need 7 Quran. And then the Muslims, everyone starts reciting Quran different way. Because Muhammad, he gave many Quran. The same verse. The same verse, there is many versions of it. As you see here in this story, 2 Muslims, they start fighting. One of them got aggressive and he grabbed the guy and he took him to Muhammad. Because obviously he is reciting false Quran. So when he heard him saying the Quran in wrong way, he brought him to the Prophet. And they say to, O Messenger of Allah, you taught me the surah of Al-Quran, but I heard this man reciting it in a way that you did not teach us. The Messenger of Allah said, okay, recite it, Hisham. So he recited as it had recited before. The Messenger of Allah said, oh, it was revealed like this. Then he said, okay, Omar, recite it. Omar, he recited the Quran. Muhammad, he said to him, okay, it was revealed like this. Then the Messenger of Allah said, the Quran was revealed to be recited in 7 different ways. And this is not about recitation, by the way. This is about different words. Like as an example we showed you, Ibn Mas'ud says, the sun does not run to a course. Hafs Quran say, the sun runs to a course. Seven. And yet the Abdul in Arabia, they cannot handle the Quran. Because it's so stupid. It's like listening to Joe Biden making a speech. I mean, what this guy is talking about? I just saw a video of him claiming that he was exist in the time of at the time the Mongol attacked Europe in the 18th centuries. And he met with the 20,000 fighters, Mongol fighters, and they gave him the arrow to shoot. Joe Biden, make the Quran. So how could Mecca transform into international? Read that. All right. CP claim that the text in the Quran itself contradicts each other. Data 1. The funny hate that translated the Middle East of the cities of Mecca is a city. What? Since when? This is what I'm saying, okay. Like now, yeah, it's a big because it become Las Vegas for the Muslims. But Mecca is a small town in the Middle East. Nowhere. And what is around it? Let us see what is around it. Rome? Beijing? Tokyo? I mean, that is Mecca. Hold on. I want to show you Mecca just 100 years ago. 100 years ago, not 1,000 years. For sure, I mean, we don't have cameras 1,000 years ago. But we have cameras 100 years ago, right? Let me show you how Mecca looked like 100 years ago. How the Kaaba looked like. Are you ready, Abdul? This is Mecca after 1,400 years. This is your Kaaba before the oil. Dirt. Those camels, those columns is just to, they used to put their statues of the pagan statues there. And now they tie their camels with it. This is your Kaaba 100 years ago. Do you see how it is? This is the Kaaba about 60 years ago. Oh, it says 50 years ago. This is after the oil start coming like rain. This is your Kaaba. This is Mecca. Look at this. Few houses. And the Kaaba wearing short skirt. Guys, is the image clear? Do you see how many houses? Look, that's it. All the houses around the Kaaba, and then after that there's desert. All of them, they are not even 50 houses. And this is maximum 100 years something. I mean, it have to be taken after the camera is discovered, right? This is your Kaaba. And by the way, I don't want to forget to mention to you that your God, He chosen the Kaaba in a very bad location to the point the flood of the sewage cover it every year. This is your Kaaba taking a bath in the sewage. When the rain come in Mecca there is no sewage. They have something called bayara. Bayara is a hole in the ground like septic tank. A shit hole. So when the rain come, all the shit in those holes, they will be floating in the top of the water like cake. I'm not exaggerating. The shit will float. And then we'll keep going to the lowest point of Mecca, that is the Kaaba. So how Allah is the one who chosen the Kaaba as His house, and He chosen the place in the worst location? Shouldn't your God Allah take some engineering course? Imagine you hire an engineer to choose a location to build your house, and then your house every year flooded by poo-poo. And why Allah don't command the ground under the Kaaba so the ground will go up just a few meters? Is it hard for Allah to make the holy ground under the Kaaba go up, brother? Is it the Quran says Allah, if He wants something to happen, He say be is going to be? Maybe Allah, He says, be covered by sewage, it's covered by sewage. Huh? You are making a study about me, Muslims? Okay. I will make you pay. I want more studies, more serious, come on. Data 2. Let me show you something which Muslims, they will bite their tongues hoping they can take this verse from the Quran. That is very funny because it did not say here we send it to the Arab first and then forever. Is that the answer? But you know it says we send it to the Arab and around it. That said, this is we send it to you as a warner for those, and here we see the first contradiction. Data 4. This is Quran. It's stupid. I agree, because this is a clear contradiction. And here they are posting a video in the minute 6 hours 6 minute 6 minute and 13. Let us see the video. But if I click at the link, will take me out of the. Hold on. Maybe we can copy it without going there. No. Okay. Open the link. Copy link address. Okay. Let us see if the video still exists. Yeah, you see, they are just posting my my channel. It doesn't show which video. They are stupid. It just takes me to my channel. Doesn't take me to the video. The element metaphorical framing appear that in the narrative in this clause session, from data 1, data 2, data both clauses, the also point CP stare on the nation that Mecca city seems to be considered a global representation. According to him, how can it be understood that the Quran and its downed teaching are devoted to the people of Mecca and its surrounding, then claimed to be universal teaching? In that section, CP also uses exemplar framing by associating the city context in the classical era with the town context in the modern era. Based on that premise, CP claimed that the verses are confusing. No, I don't claim they are confusing. You see the stupidity. This is not about contradiction. This is about Muslims' fabrication. The Quran is so clear, saying that Muhammad was sent only to the Arab. When the Quran speaks about Muhammad, that he is a mercy for mankind, what is the word used there? Al-Alameen or Al-Alamain, which mean human and genie. So based on the Quran, Muhammad is a messenger for the genie too, and he is a messenger for the human. But nowhere it says that he is a messenger for all mankind, because the Quran say clearly it's in Arabic, so you might understand. It's in Arabic, so you can follow the prophet who is an Arab prophet. It's in Arabic, and you have to pray in Arabic. You see, if Christianity was meant to be only to the Jews, then why the Bible need to be translated to all languages? Why the Bible itself in original was written in many languages? Our Bible, from the beginning of Christianity, written in many languages as original. So we have original Greek, we have original Aramaic, we have original Coptic language, we have original Ethiopian language, we have original even Indian. It is not a translation. The Word of God originally was written in many languages. In fact, the Muslims, they say that the Messiah was sent to the Jews, but yet in their books it says that the Messiah, he made his disciples speak all languages so they can go and teach the East, the West, and everywhere else. And that again is a contradiction for the whole theology of Islam. How the Messiah was sent only to the Jews? Let me show you the reference. All right. This is Ibn Kathir. And this is the Kaaba flooded by sewage. The book of Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihaya, Ibn Kathir, volume number 2, page 119.
The Beginning and the End, Ibn Kathir, volume 2, page 119.
By the way, they might say to you, this is Shia website. Who cares? This is Ibn Kathir. It's a Sunni. This is the book published in a Shia library. We can read the book from different place. So if we go down here, sorry guys, my throat is hurting. We read together. Ibn Kathir is stating the following. That the Messenger of Allah said. Who said that? The Messenger of Allah. That when Allah, he took the life of David from between his people, they did not disagree, they did not change anything. And when the disciple of the Messiah, they stay in his teaching, true teaching, for 200 years. They did not change anything in the teaching of Christ for 200 years. Read carefully. Full 200 years. All right. And then it says, in the Sahih of Ibn Hayyan, in the authentic book of Ibn Hayyan, and mentioned by Ibn Jurayr, from Ibn Ishaq, that Isa, which means Jesus, peace on him, before he went up to heaven, he commanded the disciples to call the mankind to worship Allah alone, with no partner, and he commanded each one of them to go to a group of the people in one of the territory of Asham. Asham means Syria, Jordan, Israel, and part of Iraq today, and the east and the west. Let me translate that part. So peace, Jesus, peace be upon him, before he lifted up, which means to heaven, he commanded the disciple to call the people to worship Allah alone, with no partner with him. And he appointed each one of them to a group of people in a region, the region of Levant, the East, and the West. That means the whole world. Middle East, East, world. Okay? But the Muslims, they say that Jesus was sent only to the Jews. And then look what happened. It says here, after he commanded them to do so, the disciples of Jesus, they went to sleep. And when they woke up, they found each one of them is speaking in different language. They mentioned that each one of them spoke language of those whom Christ had sent him to teach. So do you see how the Muslims, they got themselves busted? And this is actually, it's true. The Bible speaks about the Christians speaking in tongues. And the Bible, not only Bible, history report for us that the disciple, they go and they spoke to the Roman, to the Greek, to the African, like Mark, Luke. All of them, they speak languages. One of the ancient churches is the Egyptian church. This is why the Egyptian church is called the Al-Kuraz al-Marqusiyya, the discipline or the disciple of Marcos, the missionary of Marcos, Mark. What the languages people speak there? Aramaic? No. Arabic? No. The ancient Egyptian Coptic. Those are the real people of Egypt, not those Arab Muslims occupying Egypt. So here you see that the Messiah was sent to all mankind. Muhammad in his book cannot be sent to anybody. And you know, I find it very funny that the Muslims are talking about if Muhammad sent to mankind or not, when the Quran is full of garbage. Easy to prove Muhammad can't be a prophet anyway. According to him, how it can be understood that the Quran is down teaching as are devoted to people of Mecca and surrounding, then it claimed to be universal teaching. In this section, CP also exemplar framing the ethnicity context classical. I think we did read this already. CP assess how it's possible to unite two narratives that in hand, the Quran mentioned the Prophet sent to all nature, but the other one, Quran claimed teaching applied to certain group and landscape, Arabic. What do you need to ask yourself, Muslims, why you pray in Arabic if this is true? Why you are not allowed to pray to Allah in your language? Why you have to do it in Arabic? Because simply, it is an Arabic book. A translation is not approved, for it was to the Arab and have to stay to the Arab. So your stupid behavior prove you wrong. I mean, you Indonesian Muslims are so stupid to the point you were praying to Somalia for more than 1,000 years instead of Mecca. And then the American, they told you that you are wrong. The direction is not there. You are praying to Libya, to Somalia. 1,000 years. And you are praying to wrong direction. The evidence enclosed from data 3. Thus, according to CP, it's difficult for logic to unite the two narratives. In the end, CP assert by using the framing deception element to refer to the Quran as a stupid book. Well, you know what? Let us see if I have to use deception to frame the Quran as stupid. Let us read this verse together. very well-known verse in the Quran, is speaking about how Allah created the baby. According to your stupid book, the semen become a dead blood, and then the dead blood became a lump, and then the lump become a bone, and then the bone closed by flesh. Is this as stupid or not? Do I need to use deception? Hold on. You will say to me, you are taking it out of context. Or this, even this one need context. Like what? The baby is talking to his mom now? He took the he broke the egg, or he ate the cake. He's talking about how the baby made the sperm became a dead solid blood. Which science says that a sperm transformed to be blood, dead blood? And which science says that the blood, the clot, become a lump, and the lump become bones? Now you might say to me, oh, we need to read the interpretation of the scholars. What about we read the interpretation of Muhammad? And then we will find out if Muhammad is stupid or not. Shall we? Hey Dudu Mudammam, explain to them what that verse mean. They will say, they are saying that the Christian prince is lying. First thing Muhammad did, explaining this verse, he claimed that women, when they have sex, they keep collecting semen in their womb for 45 days. How many? 40 or 45 nights. According to which science, semen, a drop of semen, live inside the woman's womb for 40 or 45 nights. If we search in Google, how many days semen can live inside the female? Let us see Prophet Google, peace be upon him, versus Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Five days, 3 to 5 days maximum. How many days Muhammad he added? According to Muhammad, 45 days. According to Muhammad, the last thing Allah he do decide if it's male or female. Science proved that that's not true. From the first second, the semen decide if it's male or female. From the first second, not at the end. And then Muhammad, he even explained more. This is Muhammad talking, and this is Al-Bukhari, and this is Muslim. Don't say it's a fake. Don't say it's not true. Don't say it's fabricated. It doesn't work this way, Abdul. We will get you busted. All of this is authentic. Al-Bukhari, Muslim. Read carefully and die laughing at the stupidity of your Quran. Now don't tell me I am explaining the Quran as I wish, out of context. This is your prophet explain the Quran. Muhammad swear by Allah that the creation of each one of you is brought together in his mother womb for 40 days in the form of nutfa, a semen drop, and then become a alaqa, a clot of blood, for like period. So now you are a clot of blood for 40 days. So you are 40 days as a semen, 40 days as a clot, and then mudgha for the same 40 days. The total until now is 120 days. And then Allah will send an angel. Now the baby became full. The baby is full in 120 days. And then Allah will write the destiny for this baby and will decide if he is a male or female. So, is the Quran stupid or it is not stupid? I can show you 100 examples of the Quran proving it to be stupid. As an example, chapter 13, verse 13. The thunder, according to the Quran, is literally an angel. As long as we are talking about thunder, what about talk about ice? Is it stupid to say that ice is coming from mountains in heaven? Or it is smart? What do you think, Muslims? Where ice is coming from? Let us show you the deception you Muslims do. When you translate this, you don't translate correctly. In Arabic it says, وَيُنْزِلُ مِنَ السَّمَاءِ مِنْ جِبَالٍ فِيهَا مِنْ بَرَدٍ فَيُصِيبُ بِهِ مَنْ يَشَاءُ. And he sent down He sends down from the sky from mountains, which mean mountains in the sky, fiha, which mean in it, mountains in the sky, min baradin. Translation here is coming wrong. Barad mean ice, not righteousness. Maybe I did not highlight correctly. Hold on, let's try. I did not highlight the whole word. Okay, now let's try. Ice, not cold.
It is cold.
So Allah, He sent from the sky, from mountains in it, ice. And what He do with that ice, He hit whoever He wish.
And He sends down from the sky, from mountains within which is hail.
So do I need to do deception to prove the Quran to be stupid? It is you Muslims who deceive and lie in the translation. If we go and read the translation, we find a very different story. It doesn't say that in the story. Look what the Muslim they do. In the Quran doesn't say a cloud. It says it's sent down from the sky from mountains in it. Hail. What the Muslim they do? Mountain mass of a cloud. Where it says that? Who is the one who deceive and lie? All the Quran is stupid. One of the most famous stupid teaching in the Quran is the story of Gog and Magog. Yasir Qadi, he explained it clearly and he say, Muslims are leaving Islam because of this. Yasir Qadi make it clear. Who in the world wanna believe in such a story? This is your sheikh. Your shaky sheikh. Let me find you the video so we can laugh together. And he said that a lot of Muslims are leaving Islam because of this. Give me a minute, I'm looking for the video. Gog and Magog. Zulqarnain, he built a dam between us and them, and they are 7 trillion at least, which means they are 1,000 to 1 human. Yet we cannot find that dam, and we cannot find Gog and Magog. Yet we have a map for every single inch in the earth. Even we have maps underneath the ground of the earth. Where is the, maybe this one, let us see.
It's not surprising.
Yeah, I found a short version of it, but I wanted to find the whole one. Let us see this one, as long as it's difficult to find the original one.
It's not surprising that our medieval scholars believe this type of stuff. Now, obviously, dare I say, anybody who knows science and geography and modern civilization, you cannot believe that there is a tribe for 4,000 years trapped behind a wall.
Yes, brother. You had a question.
So is the Quran is stupid? So Alexander the Great, he built a dam between us and those people made of copper and iron. And then after those thousands of years, isn't this iron will rust anyway? And you know, if I build a dam between 2 mountains, can those creatures climb the mountain and go around the mountains? That's it, they are stuck behind the dam. And yet, we cannot find the dam. And we cannot find one dam of Gog and Magog. Not a single. I want to meet the females of Gog and Magog. Maybe they are better than a human. Man, imagine, guys, I marry one of Gog and Magog women. How do they look like? Are they, you know, Zagzi? What do you think? They said, oh, the guy with the 2 horns. Who is this guy with the 2 horns? Gog and Magog do create mischief. And by the way, do you know who's Gog and Magog according to Muhammad? According to Muslims? According to Muslims, when Zulqarnain, he built the dam, he was able to keep all the people of Gog and Magog behind the wall except one tribe. Anyone knows which tribe? Anyone knows who? The Turkish. And here you see Muhammad is so stupid. If Muhammad is a prophet, shouldn't he knew that the Turkish will become Muslims? According to Muhammad, the Muslim will and should avoid fighting the Turkish as long as the Turkish did not fight them. Muhammad never predicted that the Turkish will be Muslims. Muhammad, he commanded the Arab to take the Constantinople. He never thought the Turkish will take it. Muhammad, he said to the Muslims, don't even get close to the Turkish because they are Gog and Magog. He was scared of them. He was terrified of the Turkish. This is authentic. Leave the Turkish alone as long as they left you alone. And now remember, Muhammad is talking about the Asian people, not those Turkish who they are blonde. Muhammad, he considered the Asian people in general are the people of Gog and Magog. This is why he described them as a satanic creatures. So he speak about their faces, making fun of their eyes and their look. In fact, the Muslims, they have a duty to kill all the Asian according to Muhammad. Muhammad said, the hour will not establish until you fight people wearing shoes made of hair. Who are they, those? The Magul, the Mongol, the Turkish, the Asian. And this will happen in the time of the judgment day. It's a sign of the day of judgment. It's at the end of the time, not now. Those people wearing shoes made of hair, and the hour will not be established till you fight with the people whose faces look like a shield coated with leather. Muhammad making fun of your skin, Asian people. He claimed that your faces look funny, like a coated leather. How insulting. There will be small-eyed, flat noses, and their faces will look like a shield coated with leather. Isn't it this is stupid Muslims and racist? Does that sound like a person who was sent to all mankind? Was Muhammad sent to all mankind? Why the Muslims they have to kill the Asian? Allah Messenger saying, the last hour will not come before you fight with people whose sandals are of hair, and before you fight with the Turk, who have a small eyes and red faces, short noses, whose faces look like as they wear shield coated with skin. Muhammad, he claimed that the Turkish, they will be the enemy of Islam, but we will fight them at the end of the time. Isn't this enough alone to prove that Muhammad is a fraud? Isn't it, guys? If Muhammad, he knew that those people, they are going to be Muslims, why he's saying that this is a sign of the day of judgment? Which means until the day of judgment, the Turkish will be Asian. They will not look like European. And the reason they look like European now, because they come, they rape the Greek women, they took their kids, they took their daughters, we know what happened. You can't even find in Turkey, the only small number look like the original Turkish really. The majority of them, they become blonde, white, because they are mixed with the women they raped. But if Muhammad is a true prophet, shouldn't he knew that the Turkish will become Muslim not long from now? Shouldn't he knew who is the one who told him this prophecy? Allah. So Allah prophesied to Muhammad, the true prophet, that the Turkish will be fighting with Muslims in the day of judgment. What does that mean? That means the Turkish will never be Muslims. Are we tired, guys? Shall I stop for now? We continue next time. I mean, this study is long about me. So do I need to deceive to prove the Quran to be stupid, you idiot? It is stupid. Do you know that Muhammad, he said, that the Muslims will be deceived by the book of Allah? Guys, do you know that? This is the book of Ad-Durr al-Manthur, written by the Imam As-Suyuti. Not by Christian Prince. We can show it to you from different books, but this is very well-known, famous, big scholar. Ad-Durr al-Manthur by the Imam Jalaluddin As-Suyuti.
Al-Dur al-Manthur, al-Suyuti, Jalal al-Din Abd al-Rahman bin Abi Bakr al-Suyuti.
Arabic names make me feel I want to fart. I mean, you give me headache. I remember when I was in school, the first day the teacher, he want to hear the names of every student. And every one of us, he have a name like a train. Abdul, the son of Ahmad, the son of Muhammad, the son of potato, the son of tomato, the son of Khalid, the son of... Man, I have headache. That's why I skipped the first week of the school. I skip it totally. In fact, I used to skip the whole year. Read with me carefully what Muhammad, he said. And this is from At-Tirmidhi. This is very authentic. Gabriel, the angel, came to Muhammad. And he said to Muhammad, he came. And let me see if I can find this hadith in English. Give me a minute. And instead of using Google Translation. Yeah, this website is messed up. It's hard to find. Let me try this part here. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can find it in English here. However, we have it in Arabic here. So here it says that Muhammad, once he came and he told Umar al-Khattab. Umar al-Khattab is reporting this. The Caliphate Umar. So he came to Umar and he said, "Oh, I seek refuge to Allah. I seek refuge to Allah." He's so sad. I seek refuge to Allah. Why? What happened? He have a sadness face, very sad. So he said, "What happened? What happened?" He said, "Gabriel told me something. That your nation will be in trouble as soon you die." He said to him, Omar, he said, "What kind of trouble? Is it like problems or they will be deceived?" He said to him, "They will be deceived." He said, "How that can be?" He said, and Omar, he said to him, "Well, isn't it Allah gave you the book? How that Muhammad, he says to the angel, how they will be deceived, and I have the book, the Quran with them." Jibreel said to him, "By the book of Allah, they will be deceived." What will deceive them? The book of Allah. your nation will be deceived. Muhammad said to him, how they will be deceived, and I have the book of Allah, and I gave them the book of Allah. The angel said to him, by the book of Allah. And Muhammad is so sad. By the book of Allah. What will happen? They will be deceived by the Quran. Who told Muhammad that? Jibreel. So how the book of Allah is the book of guidance, and then the book of Allah itself will deceive the Muslims as soon as Muhammad died? And again, this is your prophet talking, and this is at-Tirmidhi. Who? At-Tirmidhi. Who is the one who's talking? Umar ibn al-Khattab. Who is the one speaking? Muhammad. Speaking to who? To Gabriel or Jibreel.
Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi narrated on the authority of Omar bin al-Khattab, who said, the messenger of God came to me.
See? So when those silly Abdul, they say Christian Prince, he need to, to deceive the audience. I mean, how stupid you are to say such a thing. CP attempt to relate to the beginning of the two concepts. Quran verses, one is micro and the other one is macro. Basically, in the macro context, while 21:107 is a macro context. When referred to the book of interpretation of the context of the decrees, Quran 13:37 and Quran 6:92, it's found that the verse respond to this issue of the transition of the Qibla of the Muslims from Baytul Maqdis, between two bracket Palestine, to the Masjid al-Haram. When the Jews in Medina questioned, it was revealed that every religion has its Qibla, its context of existence. Hence the Qibla for the Muslims is Mecca. Hold on. I don't know how stupid you, Abdul, when you wrote this, you are. How Muhammad, he prayed to Jerusalem, yet the place of worship for Muslims is Mecca. Why he was praying to Jerusalem? Let us read the Quran and laugh together. According to the Quran, it was the choice of Muhammad to make the Kaaba the direction of the prayer, not the choice of Allah. Muhammad was turning around and then looking for a direction to pray. Why he is looking for a direction to pray? Isn't it this is the house of Abraham? What happened? Allah said to him, we chosen for you a Qibla which you like, which you accept actually. What is the direction which he accept? And look at the translation here. That shall please you. Why this will please Muhammad? I will tell you why. Because the one who decides the direction of the Qibla, which is the where the Muslim they pray, is Umar ibn al-Khattab. Is that true? Let us read. The hijab was the command of Umar. The Kaaba was the command of Umar. The verses about Muhammad exchanging his wives was the command of Umar. And not only that, Muhammad, he took the words of Umar and he put it in the Quran as it is. And that is a clear evidence that Muhammad is a fraud. He was copying what Umar say word by word. Read it. Allah agreed with me. Here in Arabic it says, وافقت ربي. And then he says, and my Lord agreed with me. In three matters. Agreed with who? With Umar. Who is Umar? Is Umar the prophet? No. I said, O Messenger of Allah, why you don't take the maqam of Ibrahim, a place of a prayer? Who is the one who said, take it as a place of a prayer? Umar. Allah, he heard Umar, not Muhammad. And he gave Muhammad the Quran exactly as Umar said. Umar continue saying, I said, why don't you tell the mother of the believers to observe hijab? Who is the one who come with the hijab? Umar. Allah, he took exactly word by word what Umar he said, and he put it in the Quran. What else? Allah agreed with me and revealed exactly as I have said. Listen carefully. Allah revealed what Umar asked for exactly as I have said. All of those are in the Al-Bukhari, in Muslims. This is authentic. Who is copying the Quran? Muhammad copying Umar or Allah copying Umar? And the hadith says that the verses revealed exactly as I had said. Exactly. My Lord agree with me. My Lord agree with me. Exactly as I said. Isn't it obvious that Muhammad is copying what Umar said and he make it Quran? Word by word. So now we know why the Muslim they pray in the direction of the Kaaba. Anyway, maybe I should stop for now. My throat is a little bit hurting, and we continue maybe tomorrow. All right, we are in page this is page what? This is page 15. Is that okay, guys? Shall we continue tomorrow? You know, because the video became so long, and those who want to download and translate will be difficult for them. those who will download and add subtitle, as I know, like now there is these days there is software that can do like you know, AI translation. I'm not sure if it's accurate to make it easier for you. However, you can cut this video pieces and let everybody laugh at the Muslims making PhD study in Christian Prince. So maybe tomorrow I will go night in my time in purpose so people in Indonesia, they can join us. This is why I came now, like I started late today, because I wanted people in Indonesia to join us, and you know, they can watch. Because if I go in daytime, they will not be able to be here. All right? Yeah. So we will be back tomorrow, and I want the Muslim to make more PhD study, because as you see, you are helping us to expose your garbage. I do not need to deceive Muslims, and I am a Christian. We are not deceivers. The Bible forbid me from deceiving. It's you Muslims who believe in deception. Your God, Allah Himself, is a deceiver. The Quran says, are you going to guide the one who Allah misguide? And the one who Allah misguide, nobody can guide him. So you stupid Abdul, when you say we are deceiving, according to your Quran, the one who deceive us to deceive you is Allah. I mean, can you believe how stupid this book, how it is the book of guidance, and the same book says the one who Allah deceive, nobody can guide. Read carefully and see how the Muslims even they lie. Do you want to guide those who Allah deceive? Look at the translation. Will you guide those whom Allah has thrown out of the way? No, 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 no. The Arabic, it says adal, deceived. A bunch of liars when you translate.
You led astray.
Allah, He deceive you. So do you want, you know what? Let me change the translation just to show you how the Muslim they play when they translate. Let us choose another Abdul, another idiot. Do you desire to guide him who has Allah led astray? Like, are you stupid? You want to guide the one who Allah misled? So who is the one who misled people? Allah. And the one who Allah deceive, nobody can guide. So who is the one who deceived the world and those who they are deceived, Shaitan or Allah? The Quran says Allah. Other verse in the Quran says Shaitan. I mean, supposedly I'm leaving, I just get you one more contradiction. Do you see the stupidity? Who is the one who do deceive? Is it Shaitan or Allah? Tons of verses, as you see, says it is Allah. Chapter 35:8. It is Allah who deceive who He will and guide who He will. So what Shaitan he do for a living? What is the job of Shaitan? Who is the one who deceived the kuffar? Allah. Chapter 40, verse number 74. He made them disbelievers. I mean, what a stupid religion. Chapter 74, verse number 33. 31. And this is how Allah deceived people. What? Yes. Thus Allah lead astray whom He wills, and He guide whom He wills. So any deception happen in this earth, it's what Allah deception. Any guidance, it's Allah guidance. So Allah is a good shaitan, bad shaitan in the same time. All those verses saying Allah is the one who deceive you. Look how many. Do you see it, Abdul? If Allah will, He will make you one nation, which means in one faith. Had He will. But He deceive who He will, and He guide who He will. So anyone is not a Muslim in this world, it was Allah who sent astray. Why Allah want to do that? Allah is the devil. It is obvious. I want to say thank you guys for being here. I hope you learned something good. And I hope you learned about the dark side of a Christian prince's childhood, as Muslims they say. And I'm glad that the Muslim they witness that I have more than 20 million, 20.3 million video upload made in the internet, in YouTube alone. As you see. And this is by the year 2020. So by now I have more than 40 million upload at least. Christian Prince is shaking the hell of Muhammad. The devil and his kingdom, the kingdom of Shaitan. The Muslim, they could not believe it. That millions of Indonesians are watching, reading my books. If my videos uploaded 20.3 million time until 2020, how many people watch those videos? Billions? I say to you, Indonesian, bring the best you have and stop cheap talk and come to debate me. I accuse you, all of you, to be a bunch of cowards. I'm willing to accept a moderator, Zakir Naik. You don't want Zakir Naik? Shabir Ali. You don't want Shabir Ali? Bring me any stupid idiot you have. Still, you see, your excuse is you want moderator. You want someone to hide behind. I accept. I have no conditions. The one who put conditions is the one who's scared. Do we agree, guys? The one who's trying to make it impossible. And if you say you don't speak Arabic, you claim to be Ustaz. That means you speak, you speak English. You claim to be Ustaz, so you speak Arabic. We will debate in Arabic. No problem. If you say you don't speak Arabic, that means you are a false Ustad. In other words, you are a fraud, lying to those poor Indonesians, claiming that you are a person of knowledge about this funny, stupid religion. All of you are welcome. And all of you are potatoes. And I will fry you with no mercy. And I will not debate a Muslim woman. Your prophet, he said they are half a brain. So don't bring me your women. I know what you will do. You will hide under their skirt. Would you, Indonesian Ustaz, accept my challenge? We know the answer. You are a bunch of cowards. Fraud, scammers, and you have no knowledge of your religion. Otherwise, you will be so excited to demolish the one, the enemy of Allah. And remember, if Allah is God, He will make you victorious anyway. But if Allah is not God, you will be shish kebab. So what about we put this into test and we see if Allah is God or not? To be or not to be, that is the question. And when Shakespeare he said that, he meant to be fried by a Christian prince or not to be, that is the question. So I want to say, guys, thank you for being here. May the Lord bless you, and we continue tomorrow, I hope. And until then, as always, we remind you, God is good, so is Jesus, and we are the crusade. See ya.